This amazing journey into the world of completing games. What an exciting time. I am so glad that we are doing this. We are now 70% of the way through. Yeah, you can subscribe if you watch this as a video. You probably missed the live stream. We are 29.6% of the way through the races. I'd be quite happy to get halfway through. I don't know if we can, if we got better or we've got worse or I've just gone insane. I don't know, to be honest. I can't tell. I don't even know what reality is anymore. Who will be first in chat? Who will be first to join us? Oh no, capture card says no. Why is my capture card not working? That's a disaster. There we go. It was in hibernation. I don't know. I don't know where I am. Hello, Alberta Brand. Hello. How you doing? Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. Thanks for clicking the like button. Hello, hello, hello. Right, we've got to do this Lamborghini Hurricane race. Thanks to everyone as well that's members and everything. The sponsors, you know, all the stuff, everything that's going on. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, look at this. Look at this, Twitch people, YouTube people. It's a Saturday as well. Saturday. It's a Saturday. I didn't realise it was the weekend. Hello, Sim Racing Wales.
I don't fit in a sim rig. I'm too big to fit in a sim rig.
That was a sim racing whale. Didn't really enjoy that impersonation of a sim racing whale. It's a classic impersonation. Textbook impersonation. Right. Let's go. Insane in the membrane. Take some fuel out. Traction control's fine. Front splitter's fine. The wing's fine. I'm totally sane. I have not lost the plot. Promise. Dampers. Let's give this a blast. Morning, Simon B. Morning, Ched Head. Right in the apparatus. Oh, good morning. Keep in mind, last time we did this challenge, we got to lap 9 and then we got crashed by P1. So the AI in this is pure violence. A chicken hawk? Top of the morning, Toyo! Top of the morning! Whoa! Hello! Top of the morning! Oh, what's the crack? I can't do Irish. Happy Irish. Oh! Top of the morning! I need lessons from Lawrence de Soswa on how to be authentically Irish. I'm in a sandwich. Oh, bollocks to them. You were thinking you were trying to complete a tentativo? No, you don't want to do that. It's a really bad idea. This is the worst thing you could possibly do with your time. You realise how few people have completed tentativo? Don't do it. The British economy can't afford another lost soul. It's barely staying afloat as it is. Thanks for following. Welcome to the misery. Oh my bloody hell! See. That's why there's not as many Irish people on YouTube, because they're all demonetized. Fag it. Oh, fag it. Like who's the character from Father Ted? Is it his dad or the guy? He's like, fag it. Oh no. Simrig influencer. Why don't you influence him into getting a... why don't you influence them into getting a air fryer? Do you know what I notice? When you wear gloves, it makes your wheel rim feel thicker. Where's he going? AI's been in its own AI. Right, here we go. Right, ass, goes, drink. How's everyone doing? You love your brick. I should have a brick arriving in the post. I ordered from China two bricks. So next time we do iRacing, I've got something to smash against my forehead. Yeah. Don't think you need to go to China for that. They will, because they're foam. The brick you bricks are delivered through windows. You've clearly never lived in Middlesbrough. Yeah, Ace is coming out when I finish this. Kunos have agreed to it. Told you, Marco said to me, a game of muscle. If you complete the Assetto Corsa, you will be able to play the Evo. But you are too stupid and a bold idiot. You son of the beach, it will never happen. That's what he said. Your Moser brick failed. How does that happen? Power supplies, even shit power supplies, are normally pretty rock solid. It's just a coil, probably overheated. Completitetti. No, ACC didn't happen. ACC doesn't happen. It's not even real. ACC's fake. Not a real Kunos game, that. Doesn't count. ACC is like Star Trek Discovery. It's not real. I managed to watch like one season of Star Trek Discovery before I just couldn't watch it, and I'm like I love Star Trek, but I just couldn't. Discovery is so bad, I just can't watch it. It's depressing. It's the ACC of Star Trek for sure. We don't need to cut. It's all about being not getting wrecked by AI. We've got 10 laps. It's fine. Yeah, you can drive across the chicane as well. We're doing this. We're only cheesing where we have to. We've only had to cheese once so far. Kirith, the premium sim racing news channel. Kirith will be in here, yeah? Kirith is the #1 promoter of eateries. Here we go. What? The AI will just drive through you in this. The AI just see you as meat. I'd really like to get this one done though. We spent about 2 hours on this one yesterday. I like the dash in this car though. I think when you got stitching, leather dash with stitching on it is quite nice. Quite like Alcantara dashes, but I don't think it's that practical. I don't know what sun damage would do to Alcantara dash. Here we go. Here we go. Just have to catch up with P1 here. We've got 5 laps to do it. Don't you dare pump me, AI. We're better at braking than the AI. Well, there's actually 4 or 5 different types of suede. They're just like brand names and different types. Is it turbo suede? There's a type of suede that's actually better than Alcantara. Alcantara is just like the specific brand, but yeah, no, there's a synthetic one that's actually better quality, but it feels and looks exactly the same, but it's more durable. I forgot what. I think it might be called like turbo suede or something. That's Slade. Yeah, that's the dyslexic suede. What, PVC dash. Flock it. we don't see many cars with woolen dashes. You know, there's a missed opportunity. What proper wood dash? Like an oak dash, like a Volvo? Shag rug dash? Now you're talking. Linoleum dash. It was the craziest thing you've ever done. Yeah. Not many people in the world have completed AC1. More people have climbed the summit of Everest than have completed AC1. So completing AC1 is actually a bigger achievement as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you can summit Everest in like 2 weeks. It takes longer than that to complete AC1, so all I say is mountaineers are weak. I mean, as far as I can gather, less than 100 people have completed AC. Boldly going where no bold men have gone before. I could be the first bold man to complete AC. That's probably true. What an achievement. What a benefit to humanity. Well, you do have to be pretty consistently fast to do all this stuff. What am I going to take away? I think the takeaway is my sanity, basically. That's definitely been taken away. Mate, German women, when they see 100% AC completion, it's nothing like that. That's what excites them. You think the British accent's good? Best nightclub chat-up line is 100% AC completion. That's a tip for all the younger viewers. Well, AC doesn't have any tanks in it though. And tanks are cars. People have driven tanks on roads. You can legally own a tank in the UK. Thanks for following, by the way. Welcome. Welcome to the madness. Where can you donate 5 squids? There's a link under the stream. And there's also on YouTube as well. You're trying to get your name on the list. You do know if you get on that list, you won't be allowed into the when World War III happens, you won't be allowed in the bunker. Oh, I started watching Fallout on Amazon yesterday. It's proper violent. Like, it's alright, it's worth watching, guys. I'm not going to do any spoilers or anything. I think it's worth watching. Like, it's drivel, it's shit, but it's got some nice CGI, cinematography and stuff in it. But it's proper violent. Like, it's actually disturbingly violent. I'm surprised it's, like, accepted. Like, it's really violent. Like, really, really violent. Yeah, it's like excessively violent. And not in a sort of why is he coming out of the pit? It's not in a Tarantino type of violence. It's like just absolute in your face. Like, it's really I think it's actually a bit inappropriate, to be honest. Like, it doesn't need to be as violent as it is. Game of Thrones was violent as well, yeah. Yeah, but a video game is not as photoreal as the TV show. So the video game's kind of, it's quite realistic as well. Like the sadly, I have seen what it looks like when people have had their faces blown off and stuff, or like legs blown off, and it looks the same. It's really bad. Like, so it's just weird. Yeah, it's not really that dark humour. It's just violent. It just feels like violent for violence sake. I wouldn't say it's particularly good dark humour. It's not that disturbing. It's kind of just like, because so normally when you have like, so Inglourious Bastards, for example, that's violent, but it's not over the top. Like, it's contextually makes sense. Where it is over the top, it makes sense as part of the joke. Whereas the violence in Fallout is very realistic. Like, it's not over the top. It's like, it's very similar to what it looks like in real life if someone gets their face blown off. Oh, we're done. Yeah, I love dark humour, but do you have to be 18 to watch Fallout as well? Like, it's just very violent. Like, it just struck me as like, I mean, I don't personally, I'm not sure if I think it's that much of an issue necessarily, but it is just strikingly violent. You know, I prefer more like psychological dark humour or dark comedy. It's 50. Yeah, well, that's not right, is it? Like, so when someone gets their leg blown off, that is what it looks like in real life. Or like, yeah, like it's pretty bad. Like, and there's some of the like cuts and stuff where people get stabbed and things. It's really bad. You could use it as a training thing to like show, oh, this is what happens in real life. Yeah, that guy's face, how that's cut, how the flesh in that cut after he's cut and he's already bled out and it stopped bleeding, the way the flesh is really, really similar to what that sort of thing would look like in real life. So it's it's pretty, I think it's for what is meant to be like a bit of a silly show. It is like, and also a show that's somewhat, I think, appealing to younger people in many ways. Like dialogue, narrative, thematically, it's a bit stupid thematically, isn't it? It's not like very complex or anything. Here we go. So it just stands out to me as being a bit like gratuitous, you know. Who's the black actor in Fallout? Because he looks like a young Denzel Washington. It's really weird. Like he looks identical to, because I watch loads of films from like 80s and 90s. Capzor, thank you. I'll put you on the list.
If you have stuff you can't fart us about because you can't fart. This have an arse.
Thank you. I'll put you on the list here. Yeah, is it? He acts in a similar way as well. It's really strange. Like which actor is it? He's really good. He's probably the best character in Fallout, to be honest. Like the most interesting character. Yeah, exactly. Australian dollars is weak. Nah, it's alright. Pounds are pretty weak. Dollars have gone up. We need to be paid in Norwegian currency. That's the real money. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. To be honest, when people donate through my donation link, I get all the money basically. Well, almost all of it. Whereas when people do like bits and sound alerts and memberships and everything, obviously Twitch and YouTube take quite a bit, which I don't totally mind because obviously they're, you know, they have to host the servers and stuff. So, but yeah, I do wince when people do like large people do large donations through like chat alerts or something, or like you know, super chat, and I'm like, oh, because I'm like, it's like, you know. But it is what it is. It used to be like that when I used to work online doing web games, and everyone, like, I'd sell games to America, to Australia, all over the place, and they'd want to. This is a few years back, so PayPal was like, it was either PayPal or Western Union would be the best way to pay internationally, and also I'd have to pay other people that worked on the projects and stuff internationally, and PayPal, I'd just be like, oh, like the amount of money that PayPal would take for doing nothing at all. Like, I mean, they should take some money, but not like, do you know what I mean? Because it'd be percentage based. So if they had a flat rate, you'd be like, oh, fair enough. I'm paying you a fair amount of money for what you're doing as a service, which I'm totally happy to pay for banks that do stuff. I think that's actually how it should work. But not when they take insane percentages for doing nothing. Oh dear. Right. I don't think you're allowed to say in the terms and conditions. I'm probably not even allowed to say to use one or the other. But I can say to you, that, you know, one thing takes less of a commission. I don't see how you could even regulate against that. The thing with to be fair to Amazon and YouTube, the thing with super chats is it's more visible, so you end up with other people then doing super chats because they see it. So, you know, for the most part, Twitch and YouTube are actually really quite lax on a lot of things, surprisingly. Most of the issues with YouTube and most of the issues with YouTube arise from companies abusing YouTube's systems. Because obviously YouTube just wants to have as many people watching videos and playing adverts. Really, you know, that's what they want. Same with Twitch; they want as many people watching as possible. So. Tighten her up, guys. But yeah, I appreciate all the support, guys. Thanks just for people watching as well. Really appreciate it. I don't expect anyone to donate, and you know, just watching, clicking the like button. Just watching is fantastic. I'm lucky to be able to waste my life doing this. I mean, I don't know why I chose to pick AC to completion. That's my fault. Why do I play iRacing AC? I mean, really, I've only got myself to blame. But, oh well, what can you do? I like to make everything as hard as possible for myself. Dude, why do life on easy mode? Boring. We might need to turn the downforce down a bit here. Oh man, 10 laps. Are these races all like 10 laps long now? In some ways, having a longer race actually might be quicker though, because more time means if you've got the pace, it's more time to catch up with the front cars. So it might actually, in some ways, be better. Yeah, who in chat thinks the new Fallout series is maybe a bit too violent? The thing is, I unfortunately have watched a lot of documentaries and seen a lot of war footage, you know, and I think it makes you not want to see violence because you're just like, you know. Unless it's comical, actually comical, then I think that's great. I remember playing Soldier of Fortune 2, and I thought that was too violent. I think it was just too deep, too much. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, when you have insta-gibbing and stuff, and someone completely blows up, it's comical. If someone, or they launch, or you know, There's comical over the top violence, and then there's I think I have bloom turned off. Lol. Serve the penalty. No, I've not seen that. The boys or Gen V? Get blue for 3. You could buy a broken monitor. Yeah, the lighting actually looks fantastic here. This is the thing with AC can look absolutely superb. Like with the photo skybox. Like this looks spot on. Colours look great. And it's running, this is running fantastic. I've turned the shadow brightness down a bit. Or the darkness of the shadows I reduce a bit because I find really dark shadows give me a bit of a headache. Also, in real life, shadows are normally not totally dark. Exactly, Addy. It'll be written into stone tablets. Ah, oh, bloody hell, I've done it again. 10 seconds this time. We're making this hard for ourselves. They will name streets. Oh dear, it's so stupid. Like stuff named after dead people. Like if you're dead, you're not going to care. It's really weird how some people genuinely do stuff because they're like, "Oh, my memory will live on." It's like, "Oh, well, it won't live on after 3 generations. Nobody knows who or what you are. Like it wouldn't even matter because you're dead anyway." So, so stupid. Also, even from a family perspective, right? For 4 generations on, a great-great-great-grandpa might as well be not related to you. Like, so... It's so stupid. How many generations before it's not inbreeding? Like, third cousin or something? Like, how does it work? Because at some point we are all inbreeding, going back like what is it, 200, 300 generations. But like genetically, when does it stop being dangerous? It's a very British question. Just asking for a friend. When is it not inbreeding? When is it not inbreeding? That's a question. A question that automatically raises eyebrows and questions of it in and of itself is when someone asks, when is it not inbreeding? When is it not inbreeding? That's an automatic like red flag if someone asks that question. When is it not inbreeding? I really need to know. Oh, why do you need to know? Well, they have an app for inbreeding. What if you were like really passionately incestual or something, and you use the app for the opposite intended purpose? Like they build the app to stop it, but then someone that's got like some weirdo kink is like, whoa! I've got an app. It's the most useful app I've ever come across. It wasn't built for this. No, the worst thing happened. The inbreeders. How many is it, guys? I want to I want to know when it's not classed as inbreeding. Yeah, exactly. There's only 1,000 humans. Or no, I think they think there's more. But yeah, it might have got reduced to like 2,000 or so. It was like one of the ice ages or something. Oh my goodness! They do this every single lap. Second cousin. I don't want to Google it. You know what will come up? I'm not very good at Googling while I was trying to beat Alien AI in AC. I would say second cousin's still too close. Imagine if you were like really pro genetic diversity, and then you went to like Japan or something, or I don't know, so as far away as you could possibly imagine. You go to Australia, and then it turns out it's your cousin. Shit. Oh dear. Is that like threshold breaking? What a way to serve the penalty there. Let's go. There's a Nissan in front of us. Where's that whole thing with those royal families that did loads of inbreeding and they had like really pronounced chins and like foreheads? And because they refused to marry into peasantry, so they'd all just keep marrying their own family, and so they all had like weird like issues. Imagine what would happen if sim racers just bred with each other non-stop. So you just have like what if you put like 50 female and 50 male sim racers, or like just 5 male and 5 female sim racers on a deserted island with a few sim rigs, and then and then you had a society that developed from those sim racers. Just imagine how bad that society would be. It'd be the worst. Probably die out after the Great Tar Model Wars. That's probably what happened on Easter Island. They discovered sim racing, and then yeah, then we all know the rest of the story. Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it, with those? Ding-ding girl! I like to think of myself as impure. I'm a mongrel. Or what would it be? What would be like a mess? Like, you know, for dogs, the best dogs you can get are ones that are like super mixed breed. Like the dogs that are like, well, those like pit bulls, and they can't breathe properly because they've been bred to have like faces that are messed up. They've been selectively bred to a degree where they like don't work as animals. Same as like mass chicken farming. It's like they're bred so they get so big that basically the legs can't support their body weight. So, isn't that weird, actually? That's the weird thing with racism, is that, so genetically, it's beneficial for people, so that there's a lot of quantifiable evidence to suggest that people find mixed ethnicity to be more attractive. Like, that's the default human condition. The vast majority of people find the more mixed someone looks, the more attractive they are. That's the majority. Most people find that more attractive. But then you have racism, which is, it's almost like maybe it's a fear. Maybe it arises from a fear of the fact that that's more attractive. So you end up with like these weird cognitive biases that arise from I don't know. It's interesting. It's weird that something that's genuinely a positive is then framed by a lot of people historically as a negative. Yeah, it's fear, isn't it? I think. I'm not sure what the fear is of though. Maybe it's a fear of losing one's culture and identity. That's probably a lot of these things tie into tribalism and then insecurity. So, like, evolutionarily speaking, if you're in a group of people, like I'm talking like thousands of years ago, if you're in a tribe, you really do have to protect your tribe at all costs, and you wouldn't want something to interfere that, because that tribal grouping is what's allowing you to survive in an environment that's basically trying to kill you all the time. But once you've passed a post-scarcity environment, you're not limited by the sort of cohesion of a small tribe. So you change from a sort of 200 to maybe 500 person sized tribe to a 1,000 plus society, like you know what I mean, like a developed society. But then the stuff that protects tribal humans and those motivations that would have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years are still lingering behind, and they just become nonsensical. They're no longer there's no longer utility to them, but they're so established from the, like, we've had what, like 10,000 years of non-tribal society and 2 million years of tribal society. So it's like how when I see a donut, I'm like, oh, donuts! The inner brain can't. So I don't really want a donut, but the inner brain is like, oh, sugar! Hello, bananas. I don't miss it. I feel oddly at peace. Despite AC torturing me and being terrible, despite the curbing murdering me and the AI murdering me and just doing ridiculous, this being one of the worst things I've ever done in my life, it's still more relaxing than iRacers driving into me and then screaming at me in chat, and then taking clips out of context and then posting them on the on Twitter. Or even just sending death threats to me. You know, weirdly, I don't get that when I play AC or other games. Just iRacing, so you know. we might return back to iRacing at some point when I really hate myself again. The inner brain. Where's the outer brain? The sky brain. You know. The voice chat's dead. Maybe because they keep banning people that are screaming. Flight sim gang's more toxic. Well, Flight sim gang's weird. I think they're the most deluded fan base in many ways, like the most role-playing fan base. But also, most flight simmers are so old, and they're you know, they're just old. You'd probably kill it in LFM after all the... Yeah, maybe. But the weird thing I get is people, when I played a lot of iRacing, people are like, oh, you've got so much better at sim racing because of iRacing. And then I play AC and they're like, oh, you got so much better at sim racing because of playing AC. And it's like, no, I've always been the same. It just depends how much I'm concentrating. Like, you do get better at tracks. Like, you definitely, you get better at raw pace, but not at, like, driving technique. Call me old. Yeah. Well, you know, I've explained it before. It goes racing simulator, flight simulator, train sim, died of old age. That's more. I need to make that into a t-shirt. I'm really not fast, Linktard. We're really not. I'm my pace at the absolute best when I put a lot of practice in is 7/10 off actual pace of a track, which is actually pretty bad. Normally my pace is about 1 to 1.2 seconds off, and that's with a lot of practice. And then I'll always do something stupid as well. So I'm fast compared to like slightly above average sim racers, but compared to actual good sim racers, I'm terrible. Like if you were to compare me to like Emil Bernstorff, you know, actual talented race drivers, or like Emery, or I don't know, there's loads of them, like people that are actually good drivers. Like Emil could smoke me whilst he's like driving with one foot, one hand, one foot, and watching a football game. You can tell it, right? It's really obvious which sim racers, especially from streamers, which ones are really actually good, because they're not try-harding, right? And they're still amazing. That's how you can tell. And like when you watch Emil drive, he's not try-harding. Like he's concentrated a bit, like he's, you know, but he's not sweating. Do you know what I mean? If you were to see if Emil was actually sweating, his pace would be insane. But you've got other streamers that are framed as good sim racers, right? But they are sweating their asses off, trying to be as fast as possible. Like I don't. To be fair, like I personally have to sweat my arse off to be reasonably decent. So I'm not knocking them, but it's just the difference is you with someone that's genuinely an absolutely great driver, natural talent plus practice plus whatever. Say like Emil, like alien drivers and what have you. They will just lap like because they can. For them, it's only going to be them sweating when they're fighting over the last tenth to what is the absolute alien pace. Because once you know the pros, if you're really good at driving, you can memorize, or you have inherent to you, the braking, accelerating, and the racing line and everything. So you're then only sweating to like be over that last tenth is where the difference in absolute raw precision comes from, and then doing that for lots of laps. And so if you're outside of 2 or 3 tenths of that, they're not having to, unless it's a longer race and the setup's changing, other stuff's happening, or someone's pushing them, they're not really having to sweat. Well, it's not. Consistency is a huge thing, yeah, but it's more that once. So, well, this applies to everyone. Once you've done a lap time, because sims are mostly static, right? So once you've managed to do a given lap time, it'll be really hard to get that lap time the first time. But if you can do, once you've done that lap time 30, 40 times, you can then replicate that same lap. Like it's like if you've learned how to play a song on a piano, you can replicate that song over and over and over again, right? It's not that hard. Like if you keep doing it, it gets to a point where you don't even have to think about it. It's just, you know, it's there. But if you're trying to replicate that thing but to like as perfect as possible, then it gets, even if you really know it, it's still very, very hard. Try to think of something else that's like that. Just when you're trying to do a really precise skill. Yeah, we talked about muscle memory yesterday. It's not really muscle memory. It's just knowing something. Bloody muscle memory. Well, it's like cooking, isn't it? It's like cooking. If you cook a meal for the first time, you're like, oh, I don't know how long this will cook. I don't know what this meat, you know, I don't know how it will cook. You don't know. Once you've cooked something and you've got it like done well, and you're like, oh, okay, we've got it down. Once you've cooked that meal 50, 100 times, you can cook the same meal without having to concentrate in the slightest. But if you were trying to cook that same meal to like what you thought was absolute perfection, you could keep adjusting it almost infinitely to try and get the absolute most out of it. Yeah, when you use your air fryer for the first time. We're blitzing through this, guys. Almost on 71% here. Muscle memory's on the list. I need to do some research into muscle memory myself, so I know what the actual formal term is properly, and also how it's used, and also how it relates. But there is a lot of BS around muscle memory in sim racing, for sure. don't know if we need a rear wing. Oh yeah, this is the type of car where you really need a rear wing. You know when when you're on roads in public and you see like road cars that are shit road cars and they've got a huge spoiler on them and you're just like, especially when you're in London or something, it's like, well, how fast do you plan to be going? Like what you're not driving your car on the limit, you're just costing yourself fuel. Like if anything, on a road car you would want an upside down rear wing potentially, so that when you're driving at motorway speed, I mean, it's probably still, I mean, that's going to cause a lot of drag if you're lifting a car up. So, but there might be a point where that's less than the tire rolling resistance. Like decreasing rolling resistance of the tire is more efficient for fuel at certain speeds, at motorway speeds. So there could be. I doubt it, because I don't know why you wouldn't really need, like, why would you have a tyre with a lot of rolling resistance with a road car? No, but I'm saying that once you get to 80 miles an hour, if it makes it slightly lighter on the rear to reduce rolling resistance, not so much that it's changing the handling. You've still got traction control, ABS and everything. So I'm just... yeah, I'm just hypothetically talking. I'm just saying there's no... Well, but that's the irony. It's like, how do you show off in a bloody road car on roads? You can't even drive properly on a road because it's too random. It's just stupid. Oh, look, the choice is 90 or 100. I'll go to 100. Big is always better. The whole car culture, guy, road car culture is just so dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I do appreciate, like, crazy car mods, like what they do in Japan, or, like, you know, when they're really creative. And I do like I see, like, nice cars look nice, what have you. But in general, the bulk of car culture is so moronic. It's insane. It's fine. A lot of things are moronic, so it doesn't really matter. People are happy. So who does it matter if people are happy? Yes, it does matter. Right, it is something. It's culturally frowned upon to say that thing is objectively shit. Because as soon as you do, someone will go, no, they'll bring out the same arguments. They'll go, everything's subjective. And then they will go, well, you know, they're having fun, so it doesn't matter. Neither of those are valid counter-arguments to someone saying these points about that thing are objectively shit. But that is what you'll always be confronted with. So, and it's accepted as well. People will think, oh, that's valid because it's like a culture of being anodyne. So it's like if I was to say, like, the fact is, sim racing has loads of objectively shit components to it. Bullshit equipment that makes no difference to actual quantitative difference to how good the game is. No quantitative difference to how the actual experience of the games are. Like, there's a lot of bollocks in sim racing, and you're perfectly within your rights to point those things out. That's not to say that some people can't have fun with things that are quantifiably stupid. They do, but that's not a counter argument to stuff that's stupid. But I think car culture is stuff that's more... Hello, Borden. The more capitalist something is, often the more moronic it actually ends up being. The more distorted from the intrinsic qualities of the essence of what makes something enjoyable something becomes, because that's where you profiteer off things the most, is by promoting extrinsic components that can't be quantified, so you can then sell those extrinsic components for a price that's dislocated from any form of reality. That's why capitalism, that's one of the fundamental issues with profiteering in capitalism, and that's why car culture is one of the worst, because it's so dislocated from any form of reality. That's what I think. Right. Controversial views there. I mean, just buying a shitbox car and then not doing... Opening the stream first. Right. Buying a shitbox car and tuning it, fine. Okay. Or using, like... doing your own modifications yourself, fine. But if you buy a shitbox car and then basically the modifications consist of spending money on overpriced components to upgrade it, well, that's just stupid, isn't it? It's like, why, if you're using capital to improve the vehicle, that's the crux of what you're doing there. Why not just buy a better vehicle in the first place, i.e. use capital to buy a better vehicle? Because at no point in buying the slightly better components are you actually using any creativity or anything yourself. You're just using money to improve the performance of the vehicle. But if you say this, as I say, if you point this out, people go, well, you know, people are having fun. So they're enjoying themselves. So does it matter? Bloody argument. It should be called argument from anodyne. Argument from subjectivity and argument from anodyne. No, so bright candle. Right, having the fastest Mini, if you have built the components into a Mini and made it into a functioning Mini that works, like, actually decently, fine. That's a different thing to weirdo, moderate, inconsequential upgrades to a Mini to get a marginal performance in horsepower. That's a totally different thing. Like, putting some monster engine in a Mini, that's a whole different thing. You know, to what we're talking about. Like, the car culture thing is, oh, I've just spent £200 on a custom steering wheel. Oh, I've just put my car in a dyno and tuned it, the ECU, to get an extra 10 horsepower, whatever. It's like, okay. But right, the context as well is people ignoring the entire context that it operates within. Like, you can't drive your cars quickly on a public road anyway because the roads are too erratic and there's potholes everywhere. So you can't even use that performance. There's no actual test of the performance. But again, as I say, like, I think if you do like crazy car mods, like some of the stuff you see in the Japanese car modding, or like really crazy like car paint jobs, or just a really nice paint job on a car, whatever, all that kind of stuff, that's actually creative, and it makes sense. You're not limited by the reality, the underlying hierarchy of what is defining what you can and can't do. Yeah, it's peacocking. It's a form of like. So it's someone's looked at a context, in this case car culture, that maybe they've got into it through marketing of vehicles and things, or they just like cars, and then they're normally using they're then just spending money in that context to stand out in that context. So they've picked a context where they can then stand out with something. I don't know a better way of explaining it. But you might as well just do that with like anything. But then the thing is, if you did it with something that wasn't capitally limited, you would be dependent on your innate ability or creativity to stand out, rather than just a capital ability, which, you know, just spending money. So that's why they're not doing those things. That's why I think certain, you know, like music or certain sports or whatever. The fact is, the defining component of someone being successful or not being successful, producing something that's awesome, is not. It's not wealth limited. Like, anyone could potentially do it. Whereas the bulk of motorsport and car culture, the defining factor is wealth. It's entirely just down to wealth. So it's like, okay, well, great, you've got money, and you've spent that money. Well, good for you. Like, fine. But that's a large. I'm not sure why that should be celebrated. Basically. There is a difference in cars at lower speeds, but you have to think, what's the point? Like, it's if you're going to do something and there is no point at all, and you're just taking a Dada approach to it, then you can't then operate in a framework of, oh, this is better, this is worse. You know, wow, congratulations, what a great car model, what, you know, awesome job or anything, because it's Dada, so it doesn't matter. Like, everything is equally valid in that context. So it all becomes meaningless. And they don't. They specifically rate stuff as being better or worse, but they've arbitrarily decided the boundaries for what's better or worse. Yeah, but they feel unique to drive. What, at road speeds? I mean, okay, if you live in, maybe in America, there's really nice roads you can drive on, in Scotland. But most of the UK just has speed cameras everywhere, and most roads, which are be nice to drive on, are far too dangerous to, like, take a wide entry into a corner or drive fast enough where it would genuinely be any form of a challenge in terms of actual car control. You just can't drive on road tyres as well. It only makes sense if you're a completely shit driver, and so a little bit of a slide is mega exciting for you. Yeah, if you've got, yeah, there's in like well, if you can close a road off, you can actually drive properly. Then that's different, isn't it? But in the UK in particular, whenever I've stumbled across car meets in the UK, what they mostly consist of is people just in parking lots revving their engines. Like, I know it's okay. Look, it's better than people going around throwing acid and stabbing each other. So, you know, I guess it's keeping people busy. But still, yeah, you can't really do track days. It's too expensive. It's about £200+ probably. If you're going to do a track day, you're probably talking, even with your road car, it's going to be like £300, like when you factor in everything. And then there's other cars on the track that will be slowing you down for sure. Even if you're in a slowish car, the track will be blocked with people that are driving, pottering around, so you can't actually push the vehicle. The amount that they often have to keep stopping the track because people drive off and do stupid shit or break their gearbox. And racetracks, a lot of the ones that do like more affordable track days are either really boring shit layouts, which is fine for testing a car, like Blyton Parks. No, it's good fun, but it's not exactly like, you know, that. So I mean, I guess Alton Park, Cadwell would be quite good. Like Nordschleife would be awesome, but then Nordschleife you'd need a pretty fast car to be able to, like, going up the hill on Nordschleife in any road car. Well, even Nordschleife in a road car is just tedious. like a normal road car, is slow. It's too slow. Like, and the tourist wagon, the track's closed down all the time. So that's like the greatest track in the world, basically. If you were driving the tourist wagon in this car, A, you're going to not be able to push it to the absolute limit because you still have cars overtaking on your left. B, you're gonna be hanging around waiting for ages to get on the track because it keeps getting closed due to motorcyclists driving into the wall. Oh, pollutant, yeah, but if you're a reasonably good driver, you're gonna want to be driving fast. So, and yet you've just made an argument, a bullshit argument. Oh, if someone's having fun, well, yeah, someone could be having fun at everything. That's an argument from subjectivity. You need to actually get out there instead of speculating too much. You've seen Ford Fiestas destroying Nords. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. So you're telling me that a Ford Fiesta is... see, what happens is, as soon as you say stuff like this, people then go, I know someone that has this car, and they're having a well good time, and I saw this this slightly modified road car. Oh man, they were caning it, and it was amazing. It's like, well, yeah, that's not the norm, is it? That's clearly like an exception to the rule, and again, those drivers will be counting on there not being a bloody tow truck in the way. And they're also counting on the fact that they're not having to pull over for motorcyclists or faster cars. Countering your false argument is no, you're not countering it by just saying it's subjective. It's the laziest argument ever. Well, is that Ford Fiesta a bog standard road car? If also, oh my goodness. Yeah, if a faster car is driven by someone that can't drive, then yeah, oh my god, it's so dumb how people distort the argument to then make their own argument. It's like right. So your counter argument to the point that road cars are pretty rubbish on the Nordschleife is A, some people enjoy anything, which we all know, and that's a given. Okay, so why not cycle around the Nordschleife? That's impressive. Why not e-scooter around the Nordschleife? That's impressive as well, to be honest, especially if you do it with traffic. and then your other counter argument is that you've seen a Ford Fiesta go faster than a specific Porsche. What kind of argument is that? What? Like, yeah, I've seen people go around the Nordschleife in God knows what road cars faster than God knows what sports car. I've been at track days where people are driving bloody radicals slower than people are driving 70s minis. So, hang on. If you did more actual driving and got out there, you'd understand it's fun in pushing anything. No, you've just ignored my entire argument. This is exactly what I'm talking about. No, you've completely ignored the entire argument. So, I didn't say that you can't have fun driving anything. This is exactly why you can't have honest conversations, because people always do this. People always do this. If you try and explain objectively what is good or bad about certain things in some kind of framework, people will always strawman what you've said. They will always strawman what you've said or present a singular counterpoint that makes no sense. Like, at no point did I say that you can't have fun driving any car. Also, most of the points I was saying about the Nordschleife is that most road cars, like slow road cars, they struggle. They can't do like 2 laps. So, no, yeah, they can't. Normal road cars can't get up the hill properly. They're like absolutely destroying themselves. I've had like 5 passenger laps around the Nordschleife in various cars. Even like I can't remember what it was. Like even you even see high performance cars absolutely like the brakes are cooked. Like you get like to what 2 laps, and there's a whole thing of like people with sports cars that pulling over and they just overheat because you need to cool down before the end of the lap because the no, I don't have a car, but I've been in cars. You don't need to. Oh God, it's so dumb. It's so stupid. Right, what? Tell me, why do you not cycle around the Nordschleife? Why would you not cycle around the Nordschleife? Because you'd be like, oh, hang on. It's probably more. What if you were on a mountain bike? What's going to be, generally speaking, more fun on a mountain bike? Like, think about it. What's going to be more fun, generally speaking, on a mountain bike that has, like, front suspension? Is it going to be a piece of dirt road that's, like, 5 meters wide and predominantly uphill? Right. Or will it be a narrow bit of winding track with berms on it, some jumps, some nice flow to it? What is going to be better for a mountain bike? Like, most people would probably say, you know, most people would probably go, oh, the downhill track with all the, yeah, because you'd be like, well, that's probably more fun, right? Okay, now, when it comes to cars, you don't just arbitrarily go, everything's equally valid, because if you do that, if you're going to do that, it on one level, everything is equally valid. But if you're going to just use that as a counter-argument to any point ever made, you're going to get to the point of going, well, why bother doing anything new? Why bother? The people who enjoy uphill ride, yeah, the Tour de France people, but that's on a mountain, that's on a road bike. Yeah, see, people do it on a road bike. So, let me tell, what's going to be better around the Nordschleife, generally speaking? Driving a road car that's you're wrecking the engine, you're wrecking the brakes, and the car can barely get up the uphill section of the Nordschleife to the point where you're not even near the limit of the tyres whatsoever, and on a public tourist wagon, so that you've got cars having to pass you, that is closed down all the time. No, I didn't ruin my argument, because the point of doing the Tour de France is that hill climb stages is it's an athletic test. It's not a test of bike handling, is it? It's a different. So no, you're wrong. Yeah, I know they do. They do let you go around it. Yeah. Because right, anybody, there's people out there that will always turn everything into an argument from subjectivity, and they will be sat there on their fence. They will be on their fence, and they'll be going, "Oh, I'm so open to everything," and "Oh, I'm so open-minded," and "Oh, I'm so like rounded in my thinking," and "Oh, I'm so likable," and they're sat there going, "Oh." But they've not made any single point. Their only point is that they just go, everything's subjective. They're not saying anything at all, and the irony is they are completely unaware that they are actually just being pointless in their. They might as well just not say anything in the first place, because they're not contributing anything to conversation. And yet that is such a normal philosophical approach for people in conversation. That on Game of Muscle country, where we all get DD wheels, these people get instant death penalty. Their existence is pointless. Yeah, no. But why not just? Why not just when sim racing? Why not all just do sim racing in soapbox cars, which only go uphill at 2 miles an hour? Why not do that? Oh, you can't complain about the current state of Formula One. Because it's all subjective, you know. I love the Drive to Survive, and I love that it's not too noisy for my children, which I don't have. But I love that it's not too noisy. I think Formula 1's perfect. I don't think we need to change it. I think it's totally fine. It's all subjective, guys. It doesn't matter that the cars are too heavy, really long, and they have a button for overtaking. It's all subjective, guys. It's just different types of enjoyment. It's all subjective. It's like, oh yeah, no, I don't mind the Tories increasing homelessness and killing everyone. It's all subjective. Eat out to help out. It's yeah, sure, it's spread COVID more, probably killed people unnecessarily, and the economic benefit from it was negligible, and they could have just given money to businesses that they wanted to keep going instead of forcing people to go out whilst there's yeah, it's all subjective, guys. It's just subjective. Yeah, no, people liked it, so it's fine. It's subjective. I just like, I just run a bath at 300 degrees centigrade. I got in it and my flesh burnt off. But it's subjective, guys. Oh no, I asked for a cup of tea, but you've served me coffee. Oh no, they're both liquids. You just need to enjoy the coffee that I've served you. Yeah, I might have called it tea, but it's coffee. But it's just subjective. The fact that you call it tea and coffee is just subjective. People like coffee. People like tea. You just should like both of them. It's up to you to enjoy both of them equally. It's all subjective, guys. It's subjective. It's all subjective. This is post. What is it called? It's postmodernism, isn't it? Hang on. It's a mixture of like Dadaism and postmodernism. It's so pervasive in Western conversation, and people are completely unaware of how dumb it is. So subjectivism, relativism. It's just, yeah, it's postmodernism. It's misplaced skepticism. So like you should be skeptical, but skepticism should be based off what is evidently presented. Now, obviously, some things don't have much evidence or objectivity to them, and in those scenarios, you just go, well, we can't actually reach any real objective conclusion, but you can make logical arguments, and you can go, well, these are the facts, and this is an argument I'm making, and you can disagree with the logical components of those arguments, and maybe we can get to something useful from it. There's a lot of subjectivity in there. People like and dislike things. That's fine as well. But if someone presents a logical argument, you don't counteract that logical argument with it's subjective. Like, it's just so dumb. It's so like counterproductive to anything, and yet it's accepted by huge swathes of people. Borden Cat, how do you argue that having fun is just as subjective as comparing tea to coffee? No, that wasn't the argument. The point is that people can have fun with anything, so you can't use I'm having fun as a counter argument to someone that's pointing out some objective reasons as to why the fun that you're having is not grounded in reality. I have fun walking around like in fields of grass and stuff, even when it's miserable weather, and it's shit, and I've got blisters on my feet. I genuinely enjoy that, but I can point out my feet are bleeding, and it's terrible. But I'm having fun. But it's not an argument against the fact that my feet are having blisters on them, is it? The point is, anyone can have fun at anything. Some people put gimp suits on and whip each other. So like that, so you can't ever counteract an argument by going, some people enjoy it. Like, it's so stupid. No, it's not. RS66 Alec, no. That's not the point. You're so dumb in what you're typing. You might not be dumb as a person, but you are, the fact that you can't identify why what you're saying is mental. I've just explained it 5 different ways. You don't need to seem to be a gift. Like, do you not understand? Can you not understand how saying someone having fun is not a counter-argument to someone pointing out objective qualities of something? Someone pointing out the objective qualities of something is not them saying you can't have fun. This is like the really big problem that people have. Yeah, I know. I'm saying walking is terrible, but I enjoy it. So I was making the point that it can be objectively bad. It's still enjoyable. The whole point is enjoying something is subjective. I don't know. That's not so. That's, you can't use that as an argument for it being good outside of you just saying, "Oh, you enjoy it." Well, okay. Why is this so hard for people? Like, they can't structurally understand what's going on. It's postmodernism, guys. It's ruined everything. Oh, dear. Yeah, good, but well, good and bad only work as words if you specifically define what you mean by what is good and what is bad. In and of themselves, the words have no meaning. But the point is like, anybody can enjoy anything. So in the context of, so normally what happens is when someone uses the words good or bad, they have stuff before them where you're explaining what the context of the word good or bad is related to. So nothing can be universally good or universally bad in and of itself. It just doesn't make any sense. Hang on, Dazens. The streamer is a massive narcissist and genuinely thinks he's a clever lad. Well, that's a great counter-argument. I wouldn't disagree. Like, I think if you do live streaming, you probably do have to be a bit of a narcissist. I mean, you're talking on the internet, aren't you? So, you know, it's going to be inherently narcissistic. But you don't counter an argument by, that's just an ad hominem attack. If you're going to just go, oh, I disagree. Hang on. Fraser Elphick, guys, there's absolutely no point in saying where you disagree with anything Gamer Muscle says. He believes his views are infallible. Plus, he's the one with the mic. He will laugh and say you're dumb. Say you're straw manning, making up a bizarre analogy. You can't win. No, so if someone makes up an analogy that's incorrect, that is a straw man, is perfectly valid for someone to go, that's a straw man of what's being said. So you're committing a fallacy, basically, where you say, oh, that's a fallacy, when it's well, it's not really a fallacy, but like still, you're basically saying something's a straw man when it isn't. Like, so if you make a straw man and someone points out that you're making a straw man, you can then say, oh no, I don't think what I've said is a straw man because it relates to what you said in XYZ way. That's how you counteract someone saying that what you've said is a straw man. You don't just go, oh no. You have to provide a counter argument. Hang on. resub to give you another chance. Why do I need a chance? Like, hang on, talking about narcissistic behaviour, you don't like subscribe to a channel to give them a chance. First of all, you should only subscribe to a channel because you like their content or are enjoying it. If you don't enjoy it, don't subscribe to it. It's not about like giving a chance. Why should I particularly care about your individual requirement for what you want from the live stream? Have you tried talking for 10 hours a day for 10 days in a row? I don't, you know. Also, I don't call people dumb, I call their views dumb, and I'm very clear about that. No, well, why, Fraser, why was the analogy a bizarre analogy? Which analogy? So that the analogy specifically described the component of the separation between what people subjectively enjoy, which could be anything, i.e. some people enjoy getting whipped whilst wearing a gimp suit. Some people I enjoy walking in fields. That's completely separate to the objective quantifiable components of being whipped or walking in a field. So you can't make a counter argument to when someone makes a argument. You can't counter that argument by just saying some people enjoy it. It's a non-argument. That's the point I was making. I don't know why that's hard to understand. Yeah, also, the point of the analogies is that they're stupid and absurd, and that's humorous. But, like, I mean, I think it's funny. I've said many times that people who believe X are just dumb. Yeah, in some scenarios, if you believe the Earth is flat, at some point there's probably some calling, like, I don't know what you can tell to people. If you have people that completely ignore all evidence for stuff and there's no way to progress forwards, that's pretty dumb, isn't it? Like, that is dumb. So I don't know what would you I'm sure I do dumb things as well. There you go. Right, what is wrong with you? With not with you, but like with right. You can't you have an issue. You have a personal issue with someone using analogies to explain what they're saying. Why? Right. Why is the flat Earth analogy? Why is that a poor way of describing the idea that some people are genuinely too dumb to understand something? That's a perfect analogy to explain that you can present all the evidence in the world and it won't matter to someone that's got their mind set on something completely. That's what that analogy's for. You're banned. You're timed out. I can't like, I don't know what. I'll give you 30-minute timeout. Right, there we go. Done with that. Like, you can't have a conversation with someone that's going to be entirely disingenuous with everything. Oh, dear. I've timed him out for 30 minutes. I can't be bothered. I am chill. We're just having a conversation here. Right, here we go. Do you want to untime him out? Okay, I'll untime him out. Okay. How do you untime out? I'll give him a 10-second timeout. There we go. Imagine being triggered by someone saying flat earthers are impossible to reason with. Right, I'll put him back. Right, we're doing this challenge. I don't know if it adds the 10 seconds to the previous thing. But, right, we're going. Right, here we go. It's all subjective. Yeah, the timeout was subjective as well. See, some people really enjoy being timed out. No, you're triggered because you said road cars can't get up the Nords. Right. So how do you get out of what I said? So in your mind, are you picturing that a road car can't get up the hill at all on the Nordschleife? Is that what you took out of what I said? Like, obviously there's fast road cars and there's slow road cars. So when when someone says something, you don't automatically take the most disingenuous interpretation of what they've said. There's some road. I mean, a Radical SR3, the road legal one, is classed as a road car. Like a 2CV is classed as a road car. I genuinely think a 2CV might actually not be able to get up the main hill on the Nordschleife. But also, talking in the context of, like, actually manoeuvring a vehicle and really enjoying the dynamics of a vehicle, if a vehicle is chronically struggling to, like, get up a piece of track because the vehicle's just so underpowered, there's an enjoyment in trying to get a vehicle to just work, sure, but you're not going to be balancing the car at the limit, are you? If the car can barely, if it's going, like, 20 miles an hour up a hill... Random call signs. Alfa Romeo Giulietta managed to get up the hill, but that was struggling. Like, that was going at, I don't know, maybe like 70 miles an hour. It was struggling though. Any car with MOT. You'll achieve nothing by talking, but that applies to everyone. Fraser, that applies to everyone. What do you think I've achieved by talking? I don't think I've achieved much. So the whole point of this was not even really about the Nordschleife. The point is that you can't we even said earlier on, if you live in America, parts of Europe, maybe Scotland, there are roads that aren't busy at all and that you've got really good visibility. This is the same problem like motorcyclists have actually as well. There's places in Europe, Scotland, wherever, America, where you can go on motorbikes and you can actually lean into corners properly without fearing for dying for a car driving into you, or for if you fall off the bike. There's bits of roads where there's not just trees or random shit at the side of the road. So, but lots of the UK, you just can't. You wouldn't be able to drive in a way where you're really pushing the vehicle if you're a moderately skilled driver. Like, no, I don't drive at all. I don't even have a driving license. But you don't need to know. I've done a few track days, and I know that I've driven road cars, like 5 or 6 road cars on roads, mostly around Devon. But it's so obvious that you can't push unless you're going to break the speed limit, B, you're going to probably get caught out by like some shit on the road because the road's not been maintained, or in Devon it's going to be some idiot that's not from Devon that's driving on the wrong side of the road because they can't even keep their people carrier on their side of the road. So it's just too risky. Like, it's completely randomized as to the outcome. Like, you can't skillfully push the car. So yeah, you can enjoy how a car handles under the limit, but that's no, Fraser Elphick, you're straw man in the whole point. I like people disagreeing because it means I have something to talk about for 10 hours a day. The point is, though, if someone disagrees in a way that's not funny or doesn't add anything to the conversation, or they use the same bloody tired shit, it's subjective, some people enjoy it, like the sim arguments. Hang on, here we go. Where are they? If it's fun, it's subjective. Everyone has an opinion. It's fine for me. Why is it so popular if it's bad? How do you know if you've never driven a real car? if it's so bad, why do real drivers pay? You know, it's the same shit. Like, I've been streaming for 7 years, for a long time, so I'm bored of the same tiresome shit arguments that people make. It's just boring. That's the problem I have with it. It's boring. I like fun, you know, interesting stuff. No, so your opinion is based on sim driving? No. It's based on having driven around country roads in Devon and the reality of most roads in the UK. I'm not saying it's not fun, Paul. But personally, I quite enjoy driving road cars under the speed limit. I even like stuff like Euro Truck Simulator. I'm not saying it's not fun for certain people. How is this hard to understand? I don't drive. I have driven, obviously. I like driving slowly. I'm not saying it's all pointless. Yeah, if you ignore the actual, if you ignore the specific components of what someone's saying to then jump to the de facto ways to dismiss it, you're not going to have a good conversation. He's driven an Atom at 30 miles per hour. He knows what he's talking about. Excuse me, I didn't even know where the brake pedal was in that Atom, and I am really impressed with my ability to drive that with shoes that I just bought, and I couldn't feel where the brake pedal was, and then I think I drove it reasonably quickly, all things considered. I think that was the first ever manual gearbox car I drove. Oh no, it was the first rear-wheel drive car. That was the first ever rear-wheel drive car I ever drove. So, to be honest, given that was the first ever rear-wheel drive car that I'd ever driven in reality, and I didn't know my shoes were too big, and I couldn't find the brake pedal, I think I did pretty good with that, to be fair. To be honest, I don't think many people would. And that aerial Atom was broken. I was there with driver 61, and he was like, "That car is scuffed." So, not to knock the thing that we're at, it was really kind of them to let us drive it for free, and so it's still an interesting experience. Hang on, your point was it's not fun unless you're pushing. Now where I agree is this: a lower power car, more than 300 bhp, which is so capable it's a doddle until you're at 90 miles per hour. Yeah, driver 61's some idiot that doesn't know anything. He's not as good as driver 69. My old channel. He could be world champion with those excuses. Look, I would argue if you can complete AC1 single player, that is pretty good driving, I think, to be honest. So basically, slower cars are fun on roads. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. If you are driving under the limit, which is what most people are doing on public roads, they're not balancing their car at the limit because you can't go fast enough in the south of the UK near London, and a lot of roads in the UK, Midlands, you can't push at the limit on a public road. You can't be balancing at the limit because it's just too variable. Like, I've almost died 3 times due to friends crashing their cars. In like Lotuses and stuff on public roads with me sat in them, but because the road just randomly has like a dip in it, or like leaves, or like whatever or there's a police car coming, so they've had to slow down too aggressively. So you just can't properly drive those things. But under the limit, different vehicles have different characters under the limit for sure, and personally I find that enjoyable. I like driving around slowly, personally, I like slow things. I'm a really boring person, but some of you guys have just assumed my subjective preference in the conversation we were having. You're not. If you're banned on Twitch, it's because you were probably being a knob about iRacing. I can unban you on Twitch as long as you don't harass people. I normally only ban people if they are just spamming. Well, yeah, but I'm the streamer. I'm meant to be a knob. Like, you do not worked it out. Right, low grip is what makes it fun. I agree. MX-5 has good balance of power to grip. That's what makes it fun on B-road. Yeah, but you breaking the speed limit. Like, if you are at the limit on a public road, you're probably not driving safely. That's just like you should, from a driving safety standard. You said you like iRacing. You're basically a flat earther. Here we go. Mr. Fraser doesn't understand analogies. I like iRacing. You're basically a flat earther if you ignore the physics issues in iRacing. Yeah, when they're pointed out very clearly. We're just talking here. We need to get driving, guys. Click the like button if you hate yourself. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think you guys like. Those of you that understand what I'm saying don't really disagree. It's not really controversial. The fact that you can't really drive. You can't experience the character, especially modern road cars, right? Unless you were to take them to a track day, like Alton Park would probably be really good. Cadwell Park, I don't know, like one of the windy track days, track circuits. You can't really fully experience the essence of what those vehicles have to offer until you start going a bit faster. Like, they're just, because of the power of them and ABS and everything, just the way they are, like. The experience you would have with a road car on a road is going to be driving at the speed limit, so they will feel different, but you're only going to be able to feel a small range, a small remit of what that vehicle can offer, basically, within that context of driving slowly on a road. We upset people by saying that the car culture's stupid. I think sim racing culture's stupid as well. Do we get the sim racers hating on us? As someone that sim races for like more than probably anyone else on the earth, it is a moronic hobby. It is so dumb, but that's just fine. Like, why do people get so upset? Like, people come to me and say, "Oh, Brexit is stupid. British people are stupid. What you do is stupid." I'm like, yeah. Well, I'm not. Why are people offended by that? No, I don't get the argument. I need to go to Silverstone or Le Mans or it's pointless. No, see what you. No. Oh dear. Right. Here we go. Let's get this set up. It's all subjective, guys. Just remember that. There we go. Oh, that was a good start. What is this? Whoa! This isn't oversteery, it's subjective. See, this vehicle would be perfect for public roads. Right, let's be honest. Let's be honest. This would be... What would be more fun to drive at a track day? This car or a Fiat 500? Like, are you going to like... like, who is going to enjoy the Fiat 500 more than this? Would it be the person that's probably not a very good driver? Like, if someone was a reasonably experienced driver, what do you think they're going to be? What do you think is, for most people, going to be more enjoyable to drive? Which one is going to make you shit yourself? Like, it's subjective, guys. Which one will you leave the track day having converted to a religion with sweats and adrenal gland failure? Tell me, is it the Fiat 500 or is it this vehicle? Yeah, if you drive a Fiat 500 at the limit, it's going to be way more exciting than this. For the vast majority of people, if you were to like poll 1,000 people from a range of society, and you gave somehow you were able to give 1,000 people the opportunity to drive this car and a Fiat 500 at the limit, and you were to poll 1,000 of them, it would be a 50-50 split as to which one was more exciting. It would, you know, it's like when you poll people that do base jumping versus people that do lawn bowls. You know, half of base jumpers, they're actually just, they're like, it's a bit boring. I wish I was doing lawn bowls. It's much more exciting. Objectively speaking, this vehicle would be a much better form of population control than a Fiat 500. You could crash a Fiat 500 at 40 miles an hour into a wall and you'd walk away from it. If you crash this at 40 miles an hour, you'd be lucky to keep your spleen. Pinball. I don't know if Jardier's paying for it, if he's got it sponsored, but that'd be awesome. I think racing in any car would be fantastic. Also, a road car that has everything taken out of it is a much different, and I personally think just way better to drive than any road car that's got everything in it. Oh, gee, we need to do second gear. Yeah, when you have cars like that, it's like mental contact. That's a whole different thing. Oh, the old Fiat 500. I was talking about the new Fiat 500, like the Abarth. Yeah, the old one. To be fair, yeah, if you were to crash it like 10 miles an hour in the old one, done. You know, to all the people that say like I haven't driven enough cars to be valid in what I say, you're welcome to become channel members and donate so that I can do like more real world driving. You know. I don't mind. I'm happy to be proven wrong. No, to pay to drive like a F4 car or something. Which costs about £3,000 for a weekend. To be honest, I'm more into walking than I am driving. Oh, don't get into the bloody smart car promotion thing. Who was it? Was it Carrot Debate? Kept going on about getting that smart car roadster. So after that great debate, we can all agree that car culture is, as Shumi put it, 90% stupid. I think that's about right. Well, there's a 10% of car culture is acceptable. 10%. that's it. Yeah, well, look, I'm giving some, like, okay, it's 95% stupid. It's 95% just consumerism. But framed as if it's not. That's the thing. That's the issue. There's nothing wrong with people enjoying anything as long as it's not doing harm to others, which arguably it is, but, like, it's the acting as if it isn't effectively just vapid consumerism. It's yeah, New Zealand has awesome glider culture though. Well, to be honest, of people I know that are genuinely fast drivers, like they're genuinely fast track drivers, they don't drive on public roads fast at all. So this is what I mean. Like, people that are actually talented at driving, they know that it's pointless to drive fast on public roads because it's not a test of their skill at all. So if you got to even a moderate skill level of driving, you would identify very quickly that you can't be at the limit of a modern road car on a public road. You'd just be like, well, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying all of them don't. I'm just saying, I mean, isn't there that whole thing with, like, a lot of Formula drivers don't even like to drive at all? I mean, some do, but do you know what I mean? It's like, well, they're probably just bored of driving. Because road driving is like playing Euro Truck Sim. It's a different thing. But personally, I enjoy it myself, but I enjoy going slowly. I enjoy kayaking really slowly. But I think people that genuinely enjoy going quick probably find road driving just tedious. This is why I like rail transport, because I enjoy going slowly. Ah! Nailed it. Kind of Mach 2. What about fighter pilots? You think hobbies you don't like it? Well, no, so it's not about hobbies I don't like. Look, I don't like losing, but I don't think it's stupid. Well, it is stupid. I think hobbies that I do like are stupid. So, like, this is the problem that people... Right, this is a big flaw that people make, is they assume because someone is saying XYZ is a bit stupid, they then automatically assume that that person is saying some other stuff isn't stupid. Do you know what I mean? But that's not the case. Like, I personally, I think everything's pretty stupid. Like, I think the mistake is to take anything seriously. It's ridiculous. Like, why take utterly ridiculous stuff seriously? Like, it's all a bit of a joke. It's all mental, and it's all, like, very arbitrary. Yeah, well, you can't really manage risk to a capacity where you're driving a car nicely in most places in the UK. Maybe in Scotland, as I say. But this is, as I say, this is from... I don't ride a motorbike, but I know people that do. And it seemed to me like the roads in, like, Germany are generally much more accommodating to motorbike riders than UK roads. Like, where you get windy roads, but you can see into the distance, so you know that there's no cars coming, and also there's nothing at the side of the road. And also German roads, I think, are just maintained in a lot of areas much better than British roads. So the police do it, manage risk. Yeah, but there's right, so there's a degree to which you can manage risk and what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable. Once a road gets to a certain type of road, it's going to mean that the managed risk is at a certain level. And basically, that nationally, the government and historically and legally, people have decided that the managed risk is X speed limit when you're applying it to all the roads in the country. That's what that's about. So if you're doing anything outside of that capacity, you're arguably going against the national accepted managed risk level. So, you know. And guess who are the type of people that probably have big accidents? They're the type of people that are like, I'm managing the risks. I'm managing the risks. It's like free solo climbers. Oh, I'm managing the risks. And it's like, well, what if you happen to black out or have a seizure or have like a random cramp or, I don't know, whatever happens, then you're dead, aren't you? And that's what happens to them. Or rock falls on them. I managed the risks. Oh, what? Until like some variable occurred that was completely unpredictable and, oh, now you're dead. And the worst thing with road stuff is that people that are managing the risks, when they crash, they often crash into other people. So it'd be fine if they just killed themselves. Yeah, well, there's roads like that near me as well. But Wales is, again, maybe a bit different. I'm not saying this applies to all roads, because they're very they're very different across the UK. There's some near in Devon. There's like roads that are like national speed limit, but they're like 1 lane wide. So if you, they're literally like Richard Burns rally stages with farmers' gates and like random stuff jutting out, and occasionally the roads collapse. So good luck spontaneously driving at the speed limit on those. Fallen trees, yeah. But then also you just have so I was driving in Devon and randomly I came round a corner and there's just like 3 horses in the road. And then you're like, well, you can't drive past them because there's not enough space. So you're then reversing to let horses go past. You're like, it's ridiculous. Or then you'll have like a random owl or something. Like just weird shit all the time on proper country roads. I don't live in Devon, but I've done a little bit of driving around Devon. So I live near London, and there's just speed cameras everywhere, and the roads are there's potholes everywhere as well. It's like can hide your speed tags. You live in a pothole. Yeah, from travelling for me, the nicest roads I've ever seen in Europe are like there's really nice roads near the Nordschleife, on the way to the Nordschleife in Germany. Where else is there? Like some of the roads in the Alps are mental. In France, obviously the French Alps. But the thing is, right, at no point in a road car would I ever see a tight corner and be like, right, I'm going to go into this tight corner as quickly as possible and then stamp on the ABS as hard as possible to then apex. Which is what you would do if you were driving a road car absolutely at its limit. That's what you'd need to be doing. So and also, from the track days I've been to, you basically have probably like 4 categories of driver. You have like people that are actual race drivers that are maybe testing out whatever their vehicle is that they've got at that track day. Maybe it's like a vintage car or like whatever, or it's just something they're testing out. Or they're just, getting used to the track or something. I don't know. You then have loads of people that have got Audi, Mercedes, Audis, Porsches, Lotuses, you know, those sort of supercar type cars, but they're driving around very slowly. Like they're pottering around to the point where them having those cars is largely pointless, like from a performance perspective. And then you have like the people that have just taken their bog standard road car to the racetrack, and they just want to, they're actually testing their car in a safe environment. They're not like particularly good drivers, and they're ragging their car a bit. I don't know what the others are, but those are like the main sort of notable categories. And the people that are actual race drivers or fast drivers, I'm not saying people should do track days to pony, they're just having fun, it doesn't matter. But the you see people in like vintage minis or I don't know, like shit boxes, but they are absolutely ragging them, and they are often having more fun and getting more out of their vehicle than the people that, as I say, have the Lotuses and the Porsches and what have you. So there's a whole thing of like doing performance stuff to vehicles, whatever it is, or buying a performance vehicle, but then not vaguely utilising it to, you know, which is fine. Like, I mean, they might just like how the car looks and they're enjoying it. So again, from a subjective viewpoint, fine. But it just means it's like, why? It from a, obviously they don't care about value and cost, but you would think at some point in the purchase line, someone would be thinking, oh, I'm going to get this car because it performs faster. And you can't deny it. A lot of vehicles are particularly sold on the fact that they're speed. So you can't just completely disassociate the objective qualities from stuff when it comes to purchase reasons. No, I wouldn't RS 660 Alec. I'm not knocking people that drive expensive cars slowly. Yeah, well that's why I personally wouldn't buy a supercar. unless you could afford to like completely write it off, which some people can do. There's loads of videos of like Saudis absolutely ragging like really expensive cars. Yeah, personally, I would be more, for me personally, I would rather have like a 90s DTM car, like a BMW E30 or something, you know, like 90s, with a roll cage in it. Like a 90s BMW, everything taken out of it, roll cage, I'd be wearing a helmet, I'd have a 5-point safety harness. You get to a point though where you can't, I don't know if that, you can still do general track days and that, I think. If you could afford it, you still take it easy. No, I would push the vehicle straight away. I wouldn't do. I would do it at a track that had runoff. So I'd if I was rich enough to afford, like a really nice track car, like a 100+K track, 100+K car, I wouldn't buy a Lotus or something. I would probably get something more in line with like a Radical or a Caterham 7. Or an Aerial Atom, and then I would specifically, I wouldn't go to Alton Park. I maybe do Donington, or I'd really do like Portimao or Silverstone. In the UK, I'd go to Silverstone because there's enough, or even something like Bedford Autodrome. There's enough track width where you can push a Caterham 7, a Radical, an Aerial Atom, to the point where you could go too hot into a corner, understeer massively, or oversteer or spin, and you're probably just going to end up on grass. It's not likely that you'd write the car off, and then you would know, oh, that's generally the envelope of that vehicle, and that's what I'd want to do. If I was going to a track and I had the money, that's what I'd do. That's only because I've been doing like sim racing for so long. Like, if you didn't have like thousands of hours of sim racing, anything is going to be like really crazy, isn't it? Because you're not used to the basic inputs and stuff. Like, you wouldn't even know the track layout. So most people at track days don't even know the layout at all. Like they're learning the very, very basics because they don't play video games. Like, they've not even learnt the track in Gran Turismo or anything. And that would be a really big... That'd be a huge obstacle. If you were to go to any track in real life with a real car... So say, well, anytime I've gone to a go-kart track and I don't know it, you're going to spend... Well, personally, I would spend like 2 hours just getting a sort of basic feel for where the corners... like how the corners happen. You know, I mean, last time I went go-karting was in Germany, and it took me... So we were only there for an hour, and it was only the final lap of the session. So it was like, I think we had about 40 minutes of actual driving time, and it was only the last 2 laps where I'd learnt the track layout. So the whole rest of the session was just me like getting a basic feel for the track. So and it'd be even worse with a road car on a large track, I'd have thought, because you could obviously just drive a go-kart like an idiot. It's better like a rental car, you can just do whatever. Yeah, I love the assumption I get from some people in chat and stuff, where they think I'm like, when I say stuff, they think I'm talking about my personal subjective preferences. And the irony is like, I am like super laid back. Like, I really enjoy like cycling slowly. I really enjoy kayaking at like 2 miles an hour. I really enjoy just walking through fields. Like I am really boring. Like, for me, walking through the countryside or walking at the sea or swimming in the sea and stuff, that is like, for me, that is like the best thing ever. So when people like assume, because I talk about stuff saying, oh, based off objective qualities or logical arguments, they think I'm going, well, I would do this. So I would enjoy it. Oh dear. No, I'm not presenting it as objective truths. It's making the logical arguments are being presented as specific logical arguments. What? How else would you present them? That's just how you have a conversation. Well, what's an opinion? I mean, look, air fryers, best oven, fact. Dishwashers, way better than washing stuff by hand. That's a fact. Like, you can't disagree with that. No, well, tell me, point one out. Point what's a subjective thing versus a truth. And I bet you what's happened is you've not listened to what's been said, and you've interpreted it as a subjective statement. What opinion about road cars is subjective that I said was an objective fact? Like, say a specific thing that I said was an objective statement about road cars. So, like, when I said, oh, you can't go up the hill on the Nordschleife in road cars, and someone goes, well, yes, you can. It's like, well, what they've done is they've taken what I've said to the absolute extreme to then, like, go, well, obviously I know that you can drive up the hill in road cars because I've been up the Nordschleife in road cars. And some people, like, so why would you change it into that? It doesn't make any sense. You've said that road cars are boring because things happen too slowly. yeah, they are within the framework of what most people. So you'd have to quantify what you mean by boring. Obviously, when you're having a conversation on a sim racing channel with people that are into motorsport and driving, it's a fair assumption for me to say most people that are fairly skilled at driving, that can drive quickly, reasonably quickly, would find a road car boring in that context of balancing a car at the limit and actually using your skills. It's not unfair to say that a road car is going to be boring or more boring for those people. That doesn't obviously for some people they don't find anything boring. So what you've done is if you take the contextual framing of something that's either implied by the context or specified in that clump of conversation, and then you apply some vague decontextualization framing to it, it's not going to make any sense, is it? So then that is a way of straw manning. Air fry. It'd be like me saying air fryers. I'm lawn mowing, listening to this like over an hour. You didn't even said road cars don't make it up the hill. You said they barely make it up and break down pretty quick. So there you go. Right. Air fryers are the best oven for people like me that are lazy, want to just have 1 or 2 portions of food. They want it to be quick to cook and convenient and get really good results, right? Now, someone that's got a really nice oven, is a skilled chef, is maybe cooking for a large family, maybe putting other stuff in that oven, maybe plans their meals, and maybe does everything else. An air fryer is going to be worse for those people. So, but they wouldn't listen to me saying air fryers as a weirdo sim racing live streamer are amazing. They wouldn't listen to the live stream and then go, I use this fancy oven and I cook for my whole family. What you've said is entirely subjective and totally invalid. They wouldn't do that, would they? Because it would be absurd. It's like me saying, like, it's with anything. If you decontextualize if you decide to disingenuously interpret an argument and decontextualize it, you can then reframe it however you want to make whatever point you want to then dismiss that argument. This is why whenever someone makes a point, you should put you yourself, like anybody listening to any argument, has to try and take the most genuine interpretation of that argument, because no person is fully capable or has the time to completely lay out the full contextualization for any point. There's always going to be some assumed understanding of the context of the conversation. Can you air fry farts? Wow, probably can. Jesus Christ. Right. I need a cup of coffee. Well, I'm now a narcissist. Oh, this is another thing. Morad got called a narcissist for him saying that excuse me, air fryers, General Paul, are always cooking on the limit. That's why they're good. Don't give me that bollocks. Air fryers, when you put the temperature in, they get straight up to the limit right away, so you don't know what you're talking about. Morad pointed out ACC's weirdness, right? And so he then gets called a narcissist. It's like anytime someone points something out, it's a weird ad hominem to be like, I disagree with what you're saying, and you're saying what you're saying confidently, so by default you're a narcissist. It would be fair to call someone a narcissist if they are saying something with no like Actually, no, I don't know. Like, you could only really call someone a narcissist if they actually are being narcissistic, and then you can explain why they're being narcissistic. Someone disagreeing with you by default is not narcissistic. And that's what's funny. Morad's really nice. That's why it's a really good example of like obviously I'm irritating and stupid and put lots of jokes in stuff. So I expect people to be annoyed and call me stuff and whatever. So like I'm not a good example of being attacked by fanboys, but that's why it's funny when people attack someone like Morad. Because he has never said anything vaguely. He's very literal. He's not particularly he doesn't do much comedy on his, so it's a good example. Yeah, everyone's going to be narcissistic in some ways. I think it'd be unhealthy to be, well, in a Western culture, if you weren't. The general cultural framework depends on people being somewhat narcissistic in order to operate. Like the assumption that people will make in terms of self-autonomy is like compared to Vietnam or something, where there's more of a there's more of a group dynamic to how stuff operates in many ways. I mean, yeah, if you do YouTube and you live stream and you're talking for 10 hours a day, you're gonna end up being somewhat narcissistic, like even if you try not to be. Right. Gary, people need to get some RGB lights. That's what it all comes down to. See? That's how you overtake in the past. Do you guys see that Porsche crash a few years ago? Where the Porsche ends up balanced on the roof of the other car perfectly. You're trying to save up for one season. What's Sport 600 class? See, I think one of the big flaws in real-world motorsport is that there's they don't structure it so that, like poker, so that if you win or come in the top 3, you win enough to financially sustain yourself as a driver. I think that's one of the big flaws in motorsport. I think it should generally be the case. I should operate like poker. So like if you're starting out in poker, you can enter tournaments, or you could just start with cash games that are even online, like micro blinds. And if you're good at poker, you will make more money that allows you to play at higher stakes and more prestigious events. So motorsport, given that it's a capitalist endeavour, the problem with motorsport is the capital has to be generated outside of the sport. So motorsport rewards people that make money not from the sport itself, but from other businesses and marketing and what have you. But what it should do is be possible to go to your local go-kart track, pay £100. If you win £150. And so if you keep going and you keep winning more and more money. And then you can go to your local track like Donington or Silverstone or whatever, and it costs like, let's say it costs like £500 or £1,000 to do Formula V. I mean, it costs more than that, but like, you know what I mean. But you could win if you in the top position. You can win X amount of money that allows you to then keep doing the sport and move up. So I'm not saying that all motorsport needs to be like that. There should still be like promotional motorsport, which is what there's basically all motorsport now is basically promotional. It's just marketing. We might need a bit lower downforce to get P1 in. At the moment, though, if you're not wealthy, the only way to get into motorsport, and by wealthy I mean like you need to own. Ideally, you need to be someone that owns one or owns at least like 2 or 3 properties. That sort of equivalent wealth. The only way you could get into motorsport is by like winning rando sim racing competitions or some scholarships. Yeah, I mean we talked about this quite a lot, but just because of what I do, I come across a lot of people that are good drivers, real world drivers, that just can't do it because they just can't afford it. But they would easily, you know, compete at a high level. Well, we need more front wing. Less rear wing. Rear wing slows you down a lot in AC, I think. And then the stiffer the car in AC, the easier it is to drive massively. Like ridiculous. The difficulty of driving a car with like bouncy suspension, like it makes the cars really indirect. Ride height seems to affect speed quite a bit in AC as well. Yeah. The only way that you will be able to do motorsport without being insanely rich, but you probably still need to be rich, would be if your parents got you into go-karting at the age of 7 and then you happen to really stand out straight away. But your parents would still need to invest about £40,000 to £150,000 a year. Well, so if you started at 8, you're probably talking about £30,000 a year. And then by the time the kid got to like 10, probably 50, 60,000 a year. And by the time they were 13, 14, you're talking 100, 150,000 a year. And then by the time they're 14, but by the time they're 12 or 13, if they're not basically just winning every race and they haven't been scouted, then there's no point. Like, if they haven't been scouted by 13, it's done. It's over. Race career done. Unless you are willing to pay like even more, like £200,000, £300,000, £400,000 a year to do whatever Formula driving, you fund it. I mean, I guess you could maybe you could go into BTCC and stuff for a bit cheaper, but not if you wanted to get into Formula 1. From my understanding. I mean, there's probably other people that know better in chat, but people really don't know the numbers involved in motorsport. Like, They just don't have an idea. They don't realise that even the shittiest national go-karting stuff, like 30,000 a year, is not a lot of money in that area. They've been offered to get 3 dads with 1 job. Genius. How do you get your virtual starting lights? I don't know. I think it's there it's in the game. Yeah, so if you were older than 15, basically by that point, if you weren't already scouted and in like a junior development program for like Red Bull or Mercedes or whatever, you would be better off doing sim racing and going down the esports sim racing route, but specifically just entering like like the F4 stuff on iRacing, the national F4 thing they do. Or just looking at every year, there's about 2 to 5 sim comps that can lead to real world drives. It's legitimate real world drives. There's a lot of scholarships that lead to real world drives, but they don't actually lead to anything. So the way the scholarship stuff works is normally you pay £250 to £600 for the first event, and then they normally work out about one grand or so to do like multiple stages. And if you win them, and the winner's not picked off who's actually best, it's picked off who was less likely to bin the car. If you win that, you might get a year driving in like Clio Cup or I don't know, some like maybe brick cars, or probably worse than that. But then it wouldn't matter if you won all the races, which you probably wouldn't do because the team probably doesn't have the money to do all the setup to a meticulous level. So you probably wouldn't, even if you won. You're not going to get scouted into anything anyway, so yeah, it'd be great fun, but yeah, the most important thing for to be a professional race driver is that your parents are already in the sport, because then they already have all the business links and the sponsorship, and then they already have the connections. So if there's an opening in a specific team, then they would go, oh, my son is available, and they go, oh, well, we know that you have these business links, and we know that you can afford it, and we know that we know that you're a good driver, and we know that you've been doing training with your son, and we know what we're dealing with. It's just business. It's all nepotism. Which is fine. Like, it's actually fine as long as everyone was honest about it. That would be fine. Like, I mean, I don't think it's a good sport, but I don't like stuff where it's just not being honest. Like, if everyone was just outright honest and just said, yeah, motorsport is just about being rich and then being good at driving whilst also being rich, that's fine. Or like, in motorsport is about being successful at business predominantly. That's fine. Just be honest about it. I don't like the sort of the dishonesty surrounding it. Like, the amount of people that are still probably doing scholarships or still going through like go-karting, or kids and stuff that are like, oh, I want to be a race driver because Norris or Hamilton or Verstappen said that you can follow your dreams. And not that Norris, Verstappen or Hamilton have said that, but like that whole idea of like, oh, anyone can do anything. It's like you're just ripping children and people off that don't know the reality of the sport. Oh, ironically, starting a YouTube channel is probably the best way to get into motorsport. Like what Swoleo's done, doing his YouTube, doing driver coaching, selling driver coaching. Again, it's business skills though. Like, he's very good at driving as well, but it's like the difference between Swoleo and, say, I don't know, some other driver, like esports driver that's trying to do real world driving, is is good at business. That's the skill. The skill you need is business skill in motorsport, not driving. Like, ideally both. It's a combo of marketing, or also being wealthy. You really need to be wealthy as well still. So you need to be wealthy, you also need business skills, and you also need to be good at driving. You can't just be good at driving. Yeah, well, so that's the business part of it again. Like, if you've built a YouTube channel, you've got an audience that can then be monetized, and motorsport is predominantly a marketing activity. So you're selling the marketing capacity that you can offer, and that's how you get the drive. Jimmy's actually a pretty good driver from what I can tell. So Super GT. So, you know, you have to be good at driving as well, but yeah, Suede is a good driver. Well, you can tell. Like, I mean, if you can, this is what I always say to it. It's like, if you could drive that sodding Porsche in iRacing to a high standard at an international level in iRacing, you are going to shit on people in real life. Like, there's no like, the difficulty level and the absurdity of that iRacing Porsche means that someone that could do that is effectively, like, mental in terms of driving skill. I guarantee you as well, like, you take, like, the good esports sim racers, and if you get ones that are actually fit and they're not fat like me, and ones that have done a little bit of go-karting, so they're, like, used to the nature of what it's, you know, the physicality and the sort of general nature of real driving versus sim driving, they would all blitz the vast majority of real race drivers. Because they're just on a, purely from a skill selection thing, to be at the top level of sim racing, which uses a similar skill set of input and what have you, and consistency, you've selected, like, the cream of the crop of people that can use a steering wheel and pedals. Yeah, and again, we talked about this before, but, like, can you imagine a YouTuber, or, like, someone that's basically like a hobbyist, can you imagine them turning up to the Olympics? Or, like, a World Cup game? Or, like, you see what happens with, like, these, like, influencers that do boxing matches? They can't even vaguely compete with people that have been retired for a decade, that are effectively elderly sports people. Not just shows you, like, the difference in skill level when there's actual competition. Because the only way you could compete is if you yourself, bloody hell, what's going on there? Is if you had been training from, like, a dedicated training from a young age, you know. Yeah, well, Brabby, you'll have people that are just good at driving, so they'll be good at sim racing as well. The point is, you're not financially excluded from sim racing, are you? So you would expect the best race drivers to also be very good at sim racing. Yeah, most sim races can't, but it's not really relevant, is it? Yeah, sim racing is so much more affordable. Even if you go crazy with sim racing. So this is what's funny. For most people, like £3,000 to spend on a hobby is an insane amount of money. And £3,000 would buy you like a DD wheel, load cell pedal, gaming monitor, and let's say like you could use a PC, like you get a PC with a 2070 or something. Say 3,500 T-slot sim rig, right? For most people, in reality, that is still a shitload of money. But in motorsport land, £3,500 is nothing. It's like a set of tyres, £600 at least. Track day, let's say 500 all in if it's with a semi-decent car. I'm not talking about just taking your road car to a track. Race suit and everything, £500. Like helmet, race suit was probably less than that, £250. License, another £300. The time, just the day, the amount of time that you'd have to spend, because you can't, you have to drive to the track. Bloody hell, we're all over the place. You have to drive to the track, so it's not like you can have a normal job and do like 2 hours of sim racing every day. If you want to do 2 hours of real racing, you can't do that whilst having a normal job, because the time you'd have to take off would be a whole day just to do 2 hours. So that cost of time is insane. So I think the budget for like for F4, the budget I think is about it's like 150 a year, 150,000 a year. GB4, what is it, like 90,000 a year? Caterham, the Caterham race series, I think you can do for it's like 40,000 a year. F3 you start to get to like 300, 400,000 a year. Something like, it just gets insane. Palmer Sport, 5 laps in a Palmer JPM is £1,000. So just the price of it is just on such another level. You know there's something weird going on when when aviation is cheaper than doing driving. Like you could go and fly planes for cheaper. That's I mean they're two different things, but yeah. Well, median income in the UK is still like what, 32,000 a year. And then you go, okay, right, what about go-karting? That's probably the cheapest way to scratch, outside of sim racing, to scratch the competitive motorsport itch. Well, Club 100 is a few grand a year, and you've got to still get to the tracks. And that's in effectively rental go-karts. C1A Cup. What's C1A Cup? What's 450 Supermoto? Is that motorbikes? I don't know all these different things. €450. Is that just for the leathers? Citroen. Yeah, 6,000. 6,000 to do club karting. 6,000 euro. Just think what you can spend 6,000 euro. Right. Okay. 6,000 euro. Like what? Think how much food that is. Or like, just it's insane. And that's money that's just gone as well. Like normally if you spend £6,000 on something, it's normally in a physical, like a capital asset. You buy a Coke. A lot of Coke and hookers. That's one night with Andymon. one night with Andymon. Oh, look at this. Yes, this car's great in AC. Yeah, you can buy all iRacing content with that. You have to hand it to iRacing simulating the cost of motorsport. They really nailed it. Yeah, I think the thing that a lot of people ignore when looking at the pricing of, you know, so you'll often get people go, oh, sim racing's so expensive, you buy a real car, and then you go, well, you can't really, can you? And then they go, no, I did racing in Clio Cup, or I did this, I did this thing, and it wasn't that expensive. And then you're like, okay, how many days, like, so you're spending all weekend at the racetrack, okay, where are the races? Oh, they're across the entire UK. So that's £1,000 fuel budget then as well. Okay. Oh, you've got to stay in hotels. Okay, that's £50 to £70 a night. And you've also got to eat, and you've got to eat out because, well, okay, even if you go to a supermarkets where you are, it's still going to add up, and you're going to be lazy, so you probably eat out. Oh, actually, turns out that you it's cost many thousands more than what's being said. The thing is, just don't be poor. I mean, if you can't afford motorsport, it's your fault. You know, if your dad doesn't have 3 jobs, so you couldn't become a Formula driver, you've only got yourself to blame. There we go. Oh! Take that! Yes, that's how you do it. We need to race this car with subscribers. It's hilarious. Oh yeah. Don't forget the times where someone spent upwards of a few grand to get to a racetrack, and then the car's broke down or something stupid has happened, so they don't actually get any track time. So the entire cost of shipping the car to the racetrack and everything else is basically all wasted. Yeah, Palooka, there's a difference between talking about income amongst people you know in person and broadcasting your income in a format where it's permanently stored on the internet for all eternity, you know. Obviously, as a YouTuber, I'm minted. I actually have 3 race cars. I actually have an F4 car, but I've kept it secret, so you know. This is why I actually lie. I don't live near London. I live on Jersey and I don't pay any tax. They call me Guernsey Muscle. go. Massive green screen whilst walking. Yeah. Do you know how much those walking streams cost in CGI? It's alright because I'm so rich. I've got a special algorithm. I attach a graphics card to my phone. That's why the battery drains so quickly. The kayak, it actually looks suspiciously like a skip barber. Yeah, well, don't they say the cost of a child now is about 350 to 400,000 pounds to bring a child up from birth to 18? The cost is insane. I think on the conservative side it's like 150,000. Yeah, it depends. Like, I mean, if you're going to send a child to private school in the UK, I think that's £40,000 a year now. So that would get expensive very quickly. Oh, this is only 4 laps this race, and I'm dawdling. No dawdling allowed. This car's awesome. This is like really balanced. See, this car, this would be good to drive around the Nordschleife. Probably not on the uphill section, but this would be hilarious to drive around the Nordschleife. But that's vintage. So this is the thing. I think modern road cars are shit because they have too much grip to power. But vintage, like 70s minis, this sort of thing, would be amazing. This would be really fun to do track days on. Because it's got like, what you need is terrible tyres. Does it have slicks on it? It drives like it's on like ferry washing up liquid. Mind you, I bet it's cost quite a lot. Because he still had everything taken out of it, so it's still technically a race car. We definitely need to do racing with subs in this car. It's fantastic. I think this is the new Clio Cup. Yeah, maybe we could do some racing with subs later on today if you guys want. Have a little break from AC single player. Knock, knock. Exactly. I need a coffee. Only one is full-time lifeguard in the summer. You work for UPS. Oh, you're really good at throwing people's parcels on the floor. Do they do a special training session where they go, where basically as the postman you're taught to analyse whether or not what you're posting is fragile, and the more fragile the object, the more you just have to throw it. You grab it out of the van, you kick it out of the van onto the floor. So the closer it is to like an expensive monitor, the more you throw it. Also, do they also train you to leave stuff right on the doorway on the street at Christmas time? Do they do that as well? Do they teach you? Do they have specific courses on where to worst put objects, like in the dustbin just before the bin man comes? It's like a specific training course on all the terrible stuff that they do. How to throw stuff over fences. Oh yeah, how to either not knock on the door but pretend that you have, or knock on the door so lightly that not even like the most sensitive-eared person on earth would ever hear it. Oh dear. UPS is so bad where I am. Oh, here we go. Cannonball Run. Bonk. Take that. Do they hire special programmers as well that specifically predict the wrong date for you to be in, and then they wait until the end of that day to then say, oh, sorry, the delivery date's been changed. Why even say the date in the first place? Like, why even put that first date? Just say we don't know. Like, oh, it's so dumb. It's like they designed the worst possible system. Yeah. Bloody UPS. So bad. Oh no, my favourite part is when they stick up all the... Oh, I missed that, hang on. Go on there. When they stick up all the bags right in front of the door, so not only do they have to put everything in the one tiny spot in your patio, it's not hidden from the street by the hedge, but you can't open the door. It's genius. It's really genius. They think of everything. Every time you think the postal experience can't be made worse, UPS lower the bar. They're like the game developers of postage. You're like, I've got a Ring doorbell. I've got security cameras. I've notified them exactly where to put stuff. I'm in the sitting room next to the front door. I've put a note on the door. Oh no, they will still find a way to do something completely random. Life is a challenge. Pelucan, I don't want them to go up to my home, but I want to pick it up from the office. Yeah, but that works if your post office isn't mentally far away or actually closed half the time. Yeah, I think from what I understand, UPS are all right in Europe, in France and Germany and Holland. I think they're okay, but they're particularly bad in the UK from my experience. FedEx have been really bad for me with bullshit fees when I've had post from America. Royal Mail's normally pretty good when people have used their stuff, like even for like next day delivery. Oh, is it suck in Holland as well? I mean, look, it's all subjective, guys. Postage and logistics is very complicated and hard, and as consumers, we should just accept it's subjective. The fact that your post didn't arrive on time and that you didn't like that is entirely subjective. You need to learn to enjoy it. Some people enjoy late post because they didn't happen to be in, and the late post meant that they got their post, so they enjoy it. It's entirely subjective. Norway's alright. Hang on. Why of all places would it be good in Norway? That's like the least likely place for it to be good. Is it because in Norway the postmen are all on cross-country skis blitzing it? Norwegians are on it. Yeah, it's better when they just if you can have a box to deliver to. Those Amazon boxes are quite good. I I haven't yet. Have I tried the new CSP update? No, I will do. Maybe we'll do it after we've done a few more races today. I'm trying to get through the pain and suffering of this. this challenge. I really don't want to be doing this challenge for like a month. So we're doing really well. Like 33% through these races, and I've got a lot better at beating the AI, and we know the setup stuff that's good. So like we're going pretty quick here. We're doing these faster than the hot laps. We still have there's only 11 time attacks. We've done all the drag stuff. We've done all the drift stuff. 72, almost 73% through. Oh no, you just noticed the update percentage. Congrats on the 70 completitativo. Churning through, thank you. It's been good fun. It's been a nice challenge doing this instead of iRacing. The chatting's been fun as well. Right, I'm gonna get a fresh coffee. I'm gonna make a full coffee, and bloody cats in my back garden. Right, there's a cat that keeps coming into my back garden, and it sits on my kayaks, and it triggers my security camera. Every day it's like motion detected, and I'm like, oh shit, I've been burgled. Oh no. It's just a cat sat on my kayak. And then it goes, it's only ever there for like 10 minutes. It's just its ritual. I should capture it in a net. I should turn it into it. Should live stream it. Yeah, he knows. He's just there. He's like there looking at the camera. Saw that other cat that came in through the window randomly whilst we were live streaming. Right. I'd love a pet cat or like a pet dog, but I just, I would I'd want a chilled out one. I think if I got a dog, I'd want one that was like old, that was already like really chill. That's the ideal situation. But then you have to. The problem with old dogs is they don't have other stuff, issues. Right. Thanks for following the Crabber. Appreciate the follow. Welcome along. You have a dog and a cat. Is it cat? Is it cat dog? Right. Back in a minute, guys. Listen to this song that sounds suspiciously like music from Sonic the Hedgehog. Do you remember the level? Okay, back in a bit. How's it going, guys? Had to get some food on. I wonder what the average time it takes for someone to complete the whole of AC. Like what they generally do it in. I was looking and there's no like specific data on numbers of people that have fully completed it. There's like a website, but you have to put on that website that you've done it. Don't think Steam wants people to be able to see how many people bought the game. Like, exactly. Thing is, AC has been out for a long time, so I guess if you didn't do multiplayer and you were just like, oh, I think I'll complete all the single player, and you just gradually did that. I don't know why anyone would though. Like, why would you do that? You'd have to be really stupid. On oranges for half term? No. Oranges are for life. Pelucan, yeah, I think it'd be good in general. I think it'd be good for all driving games. Just having a structured single player is a fun thing to offer. AC1 actually has a lot of different cars in it. A surprising number. Yeah, the thing lacking is that they are the best in all of sim racing, but apparently some people can't sense that. So you know, what can I say? Right. I mean, I can't help you, like. Just because you like terrible sims, it's not my problem, is it? Here we go. Oh, jump! Does not have a clutch. Rocket launch. Oh, coming through! The AI was crashing before I came in. Yeah, I don't know what... Yeah, well, Forza, I think it was just mismanaged, wasn't it? It's pretty... You can see with Forza... there are, like, nice details and stuff and things in it. But they just... I think it's just a totally mismanaged project. Like, it's very clear that it's built off the previous game engine, so basically it maintains all the issues. And then it just lacks, like, cohesive direction. Oh, bloody hell. Once he's going, he's going. This might be a bit of a tricky one. It's weird, the car, it doesn't... it slows down from high speed. It takes a long time to slow down when it's got slower. Oh man, it's only 5 laps we have to... This is going to be a difficult one. Have any aerodynamics or anything? Full send. Oh, this might be another hard one to pass. Woo! Any rockets? I would not feel safe driving a car that handled like this in reality. Like, it's really floaty where you want a car to be grippy. So if you make a mistake going into the corner, you probably just end up bloody sliding off the corner. Martin Sparks? I don't know. Might want to go to the doctor if you're farting sparks. It's quite an achievement though. Maybe that's what happens if you eat fireworks. Oh, come on, we've got to catch this guy. Hello, Lorenzo. We're doing all right. I'm having to concentrate to try and catch P1 here. Oh, thank you. I mean, don't know what to say to that. That's normally the messages I get from all the hot women watching, but you know, just how it is. Oh, Christ. 2.6 seconds. Point 8. Oh, this is going to be close. This is the Lamborghini slip slidey, I guess. That's its new name. The Lamborghini understeer. No, I don't know. Let me tell you. Is the Lamborghini Gallardo? Yeah. The Lambo, you wasted your money on a car that drives terribly, Guinea. I mean, who buys a Lamborghini? If it, like, fair enough. If it's an 80s or 80s Lamborghini, fine. But outside of that, why would you buy a Lamborghini? What sort of person buys a Lamborghini? Maybe it's people that have a really big door and need a good door wedge. 80s Lamborghinis are good. Ah, there we go. That wasn't too bad. Alien. Yeah, vintage Lamborghinis are fantastic. The sort of people that do it. Yeah, people with permanent damage. Oh, thanks for following. Hugo Ray's welcome. Hope you're doing well, man. Ah, no. Velalunga's come back to get us. I'm just cooking some potato wedges and some fish. So we can have fish and chips. Beautiful. Alright, we should be able to do this one. Setup hacks. Soft tyres. Fuel out. Aero down. It's fine. Camber decreased. Welcome to how to be fast in AC. Five laps. See, this looks more like a Lambo. Oh, thank you. Oh! Wibble wobble the AI, yeah. Isn't the R8, the Lamborghini, and there's another car that all use the same under tray? What? Take that, bitch. You just ploughed me. It's the worst car you've ever driven. Oh my goodness. First time guys. First time. steer. I joined a public AI server. That's how that's done. Straight to fourth. How much do I donate for you to skydive? No, I quite like to do skydiving, but I don't want to do a tandem. I'd like to do an AFF course, but it's too expensive. I'll do it one day. I wouldn't donate for me to do it though. It costs like £3,000 to do an AFF course. A static line you can do for like 80, but it's not worth it. And for the price of skydiving, you're better off going glider flying, to be honest. It's sky swimming, yeah. Glad you're paying attention to yesterday's live stream. I had some friends when I was younger that were always like, "Oh, go skydiving, come skydiving." I'm like, yeah, do you know, it really is too expensive. Well, you could just mute the live stream. Better for your health. This car's alright. This handle's quite nice. Well, there's quite a few glider clubs over the UK. The problem with gliding is you have to... you're dependent on the weather. And the weather in the UK is super erratic. So you really need to live right next to a glider club, and then even then you need to hang around them all, like, for a long time. Which, if you like the club and you like that environment, it's not bad. It's as a place to hang around, way better than a racetrack. So, and that's part of the hobby, isn't it? It just is what it is. But so it's quite affordable though. Like, I looked into it, but it's. I'll do it. I think I'll do it as like a one-off thing. There's some really good YouTube channels on gliding. I'm really hoping they improve it in the next Microsoft Flight Sim. It's not too bad in Flight Sim 2020 with some of the mods, but it could be better. Yeah, I'd really like to fly a helicopter as well. That's really expensive though. Helicopter's crazy money. Is that on the Kent Downs near Ashford? Yeah. The Bell 47's really good in Microsoft Flight Sim. They just released a new Bell helicopter actually. That Ashford gliding club, I think they only have a winch launch, right? Or is it winch launch? I think it is. Oh, they have planes as well. I always wanted to go gliding at the one in Yorkshire on the hill. What's it called? What's the famous Yorkshire gliding club? It's on a massive hillside. Sutton Bank, yeah, yeah. I'd really like to go there. That'd be awesome. We used to walk around it with my grandparents when I was a kid. But yeah, you should watch the New Zealand gliding videos. There's a guy, I can't remember what he's called, but he does really good videos on like gliding technique, locations. Hello Matt, how's it going? What's paracopting? Do you mean paragliding? What's paracopting? What is that? I think you just made something up. New sport. I don't know what that is. You dangle from a helicopter. You're in a shopping mall. What, in near Landshut? In Munich. Munich's nice though. Oh, we did it. Nice. Yeah, that's called paragliding. Power gliding. Paracopting. Where do you get this from? No, I'm all right. Yeah. Paracopting. Hang on. I have never heard it referred to as paracopter. I mean, microlights, paragliding, parasailing, powercopter. Okay. So that's what I would have called a power glide. I guess you're in a... Okay, so you've got paramotor. So a paracopter is a paramotor, but it's got wheels on it. There you go. Yeah, a paracopter's just a... It's just a paramotor, but with 3 wheels attached to it. It's the same thing. You can't just put 3 wheels on something and be like, it's something else. It's a copter. There's no copter. There's nothing copter about it. Yeah, paramotor is what most people call it. I've never heard anyone refer to it as a paracopter. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong because it comes up in Google. Paraplane, motorized parachute, powered parachute, parafoil. Yeah. It doesn't even come up on Wikipedia as a paracopter. Right, yeah, I think you made that up. Hello. Right, let's see what ChatGTP thinks of it. Paralympics is what you do after you crash your paracopter. That's why it's called the Paralympics. Because you were like, I really want to fly a paracopter. No, the parachute failed. Hello, Corey, as well. Welcome to the coffee zone. We're just downing coffee today. Guys, go and check out Corey, if you haven't, on Twitch. Exactly, there's no helicopter in it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, like a copter. What is the etymology of helicopter? It'd be like helical, something like that. Two Greek words, helix, meaning spiral or twisted, and pateron, meaning wing. The word helicopter was coined by a French inventor, Gustave Panton de Amicourt, in 1861. It described an aircraft's ability to generate lift and propulsion through rotating wings or blades, which resemble the twisted wings of a dragonfly. Well, everything that flies is above when it's in the air. Generating lift and propulsion like a very violent fart. Gustave Helicopter, the inventor of the helicopter. Mr. Helicopter, obviously. And that's why we call it the helicopter. Right, let me get my fish and chips. Hello. I hope the sooner he finishes it, the better. It's life. The sooner it finishes, the better. God damn it! Why was I born? When will it end? When will it end? Oh, the sooner it finishes, the better. I don't enjoy this. Oh, when will it end? That's also the experience I have every time I watch like a an episode of Star Trek Discovery, or every time I'm in Birmingham. When can I leave? The best part of going to Birmingham is when you're leaving it. There you go. Have I made Scotch eggs? No. I don't know how, what do you cook Scotch eggs? I've never cooked a Scotch egg. It's well good potato wedges. I think it takes like 24 minutes to cook potato wedges, I think. To get them good, nice and crispy. I didn't even put anything on them. I put a bit of olive oil on them. Yeah. Potato wedges take quite a while to cook in the air fryer, but they cook really well. Basically, anything that's got like a soft interior but a crispy exterior tends to cook really well in the air fryer. So like chicken wings, or like chicken leg, anything that you would normally do, like want to do on like a barbecue, cooks really well. It's just hot. It's dry heat stuff that cooks well with dry heat. But it's weird that you would think that an air fryer would dry stuff out, but it's not good at drying stuff out. Like, if you wash your tray in your air fryer and you leave a little bit of water in the bottom of it, it doesn't come out of it. I don't know why. Maybe the fan blowing down keeps the moisture in the thing. A normal oven tends to dry things out. You would think an air fryer would dry stuff out. A normal oven. Yeah, why does an air fryer not...
I don't like
normal.
ACC, but I do like the normal.
Normal.
So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Hang on, this is the kind of shit you read on the internet. Air fryer is ruining meals. Like every couple of years ago, we bought into the air fryer. It's so easy and quick. Unfortunately, it's also ruining meals. Right, this is like people that think that ACC's got good force feedback or iRacing's physics are good. These are the same people. My wife throws fries in it every time we have them, and they just come out dried up like cardboard. What is wrong with this person? How can you not cook chips in an air fryer? Like, she's probably overcooking them, you idiot. She's probably putting them in the air fryer for the same time as you put them in the oven, because she's got the mental capacity of a fruit. How can you ruin chips in an air fryer? Ah. How do I bring this up with my wife, who seems to care more about convenience? Maybe you should have a relationship where you can talk to your wife and say, look, love, you're cooking the chips too long in the air fryer. Maybe you shouldn't marry someone that can't use an air fryer. Yeah, like, if someone struggles to be able to use an air fryer, there's something wrong with them. I'm sorry. Like, honestly, it's like someone that can't make a cup of tea. Oh, look, this person said, lol, thanks for everyone who can summarise everything about my 20-year marriage based on a question about air fryers. Well, what does he expect? If your wife can't make chips in an air fryer and you can't talk to your wife about her burning chips in an air fryer, clearly they should get a divorce. I mean, it's not even vaguely debatable. We have all the evidence that we possibly need to judge this person's incompetence. A, in dissing air fryers, B, in not communicating them with their wife, and C, having a wife that can't use an air fryer. And D, why not make the chips yourself, you idiot? If you know, why is your wife doing the cooking? Like, I mean, this guy's obviously a moron. My wife is a good cook. She's not, because she can't use an air fryer, so the evidence is to the contrary. She's also sensitive about her cooking. How can you be sensitive about your cooking? She sounds like she's terrible person. And I don't want to seem like I don't appreciate her cooking. Putting chips in an air fryer, it like, honestly, you really, if you are upset by someone being critical about you burning chips in an air fryer, you're a pathetic person. So I need numbers and information on what to do so I can say try X minutes. Why doesn't he learn how to use the air fryer himself? I mean, what is wrong with people? Honestly. These are people that play driving sims. These are people that go, oh, ACC has good force feedback. Exactly, this is person. People that can't use air fryers. There should be like when people write stuff on the internet or make any comment online, there should be a list of like, do they own an air fryer? Yes or no? Like a little air fryer icon. And if they have an air fryer, you're like, okay, well, maybe I can trust them because they own an air fryer. Do they have a dishwasher? Okay, I can trust them because they don't do dishwashing by hand like a bloody Roman or something. Do they, you know, that's what we need online. This is how you fix the internet. The same people who are considering buying a SimuCube wheelbase for implementing basically IRFFB in their software. I don't know what you're saying. But, well, I mean, all DD wheels do smoothing, but... yeah. There's really experienced iRacers that are completely confused over the point of IRFFB as well. Like they don't understand the point. So the smoothing component of IRFFB was IRFFB originally was made to help smooth iRacing force feedback, largely for early DD wheels that didn't have smoothing algorithms on them. So like before the disco board, and like Bodner wheels and stuff. They didn't necessarily have much smoothing on the wheels, so you couldn't interpolate the signal from the game. That was one of the main reasons for IRFFB. The other big thing of IRFFB was oval racers wanted to be able to feel understeer and oversteer that isn't represented in iRacing because you can't feel the tyre slip, or you can in some cars now, but like you couldn't feel a range of if you were ploughing through the corner or if the back was coming out. So they added a seat to the pants effect that as the car rotates, as the back rotates relative to the front, or like, you know, it pivots, it gives a counteracting tug. Or as the front washes out, the force feedback gets lighter. So that's another reason why IRFFB was largely used. And then people on the roadside found that if you use IRFFB with the Formula cars, the cars that are quite abrupt, you can use that seat of the pants force to have the force feedback tug a bit to know exactly where the limit is for how much throttle you can apply through sustained corners, which is quite useful. I mean, it is if you're driving really like you're not spending loads of time memorizing and you're just jumping into a car with a more competitive setup, especially Formula cars, less so GT cars. It's really useful to have a force that specifically lets you know that any more throttle will cause the grip to just turn off, because you can't counter steer in iRacing like you can in other sims. So it's really useful. But a lot of people don't understand. They don't get it. They just don't know that that's what it's. So they get confused with the fact that you can memorize what you can and can't do in iRacing, and you can just drive under the limit and build up to it. And then you don't need any force feedback to do that, really. You can just gradually build up to it. They don't have a mental framework for the value of force feedback that gives you a range of forces that allows you to then lead up to the limit and experiment with getting up to the limit with a bit of warning. It's lost on them. It's just totally lost on them. No, so... Yeah, but also... The other thing is people will go IRFFB adds input delay, but within the framework of a sustained force, even if you have like 50, 60, 100 milliseconds of input delay, within the framework of having a leading of force is not relevant. It's relevant for sudden snap oversteer, but you shouldn't ever be driving in iRacing in a way where you're doing that, because it's never useful to drive over the limit in iRacing. So you shouldn't ever be doing like snap oversteer regardless. So again, they just don't understand. They just don't know. Yeah, Fabian, you could already interpolate the force feedback from a sim to higher to make it feel smooth. Also, if you already had like damper, a certain amount of damper, it would make it smooth if that was your goal. Yeah, and then at the end of the day, higher hertz force feedback is more useful. Like it removes that graininess in a sense. And it's good for stuff like curbing vibrations and high frequency vibrations, but the bulk of force feedback that's relevant to driving from happens at like 20 hertz, 10 hertz, like really low frequency. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Yeah, any servo motor wheel, so anything from the CSL Elite onwards has interpolation filter that achieves effectively, from the player's perspective, in terms of what's relevant to drive from, achieves what having higher hertz force feedback brings from a driving simulator. But yeah, it's bigger numbers better. Not that you shouldn't have higher hertz force feedback. You might as well. There are some benefits, but it's really negligible on the grand scheme of things. The different circuitry on the wheels might interpret the data coming from the sim, but again, it's irrelevant. The bulk of useful force feedback. Let me just check on here. It's genuinely within 20 hertz. So all this stuff like like True Force and Full Force from Fanatec and God knows what. Outside of just when you rotate the wheel, it's feeling smooth. Like you can have a graininess that occurs from the lack of resolution or the lack of force feedback frequency can make it feel grainy, especially if you're not with a large wheel rim that has inertia and is big, but with a small wheel rim. But let me just check. It is basically so between 10 and 25 hertz. Not even that. So ABS vibration is around 40 hertz. 10 to 15 hertz. Curb vibrations are like generally around about 15 to 20 hertz. So the sustained loading when you're pushing into a corner and you're trying to feel where the limit is around about 10 hertz. So if a driving simulator's got 60 hertz force feedback, for what you predominantly use to drive from, that is actually good enough. You know, what really matters would be the simulation and what's the dynamic range within that like what actually comes through the force feedback. It might be Pelucan, I'm not sure. But also there's what's at 10 hertz? Like that frequency of force feedback would be for like when you're pushing against a force and that changing. It doesn't change that quickly. Yeah, the faster you drive over curbs, the shorter the interval between the pulses. But then this is the other thing with curbs through a steering wheel. Really, it doesn't really make much difference if the curbs are 3D generated, vibrating the wheel based off it being actually a 3D curb, or if when you drive on a curb, the game just plays a curb noise. Like, it's more pertinent if you're trying to do like advanced motion rig stuff, or you're trying to be as literal as possible. But from your general player's perspective, the key component of when you're driving on a curb or when you're not driving on a curb, and then you should be aware that you're on the curb, is just that it's making a vibration because you're like, oh yeah, my tyre is touching the curb. That's like, you don't drive off the fact that the curb is vibrating or like more or less. Like, you don't change how you drive. You just need to know that the wheel is touching the curb, right? But this is all like, nobody bothers thinking about the logic and reason behind it. They just read what the developers pump out and then they just repeat it. Yeah, you might as well have 3D curves. I'm not saying not to. I'm just pointing out the actual reality, the end result, the utility. Yeah, you'd still hope that it'd just be bumps on the track you'd like to come through the wheel. But again, it's mostly for immersion. I'm not saying not to have it. I'm just saying, Right, no. So the point is, with the last garage, the main thing is that you might as well. You do have some benefits from having higher frequency force feedback and physics. Like, you might as well just do it. If you can do it, you might as well just do it. Like, why not? It's just not the be all and end all of everything. And that last garage, it plays alright. I had a go on it in January. What's more important is just the nature of how the tire model operates, the car implementation, the track mesh, the force feedback implementation. Like, you can probably, with a lot of sims, you could arbitrarily increase the rate at which the force feedback is operating, polling at, without, like, like, all the other stuff could still be exactly the same, basically. I think the issue is people, they don't think about the reasons behind stuff. They just repeat what they've read. A lot of people do that, I think. Dennis Johnson. You're timed out for being a sarcastic arse. I'll give you a minute. That's what you get for being a penis. I was eating fish and chips. Right, here we go. You don't agree with Gamer Muscle about FPS? I would never restrict my FPS. The higher the FPS, the better, the more precise placement control on track. Well, I don't think I've ever said that higher FPS isn't better, but it's the complexity of FPS is different again, isn't it? So it's like frame timing is the priority, and whatever guarantees you frame timing at as high a possible FPS. In some simulators, running no frame cap or just having a really high FPS induces occasions where you get worse frame timing on aggregate because you get sudden like drops for whatever reason. It like overreaches or whatever happens. If you've got like a really nice, once you pass certain frame rates on monitors, I think it's probably like 120 or 144 probably, you get to a point where you just can't notice like tearing or anything. And frame timing just becomes the lowest 1% or frame drops become irrelevant. So in those scenarios, you might want to just have as high a frame rate as possible. In my scenario for live streaming, I tend to run with VSync in multiples of 60 hertz because the live stream is going to be consumed at 60 hertz and the capture card operates at 60 hertz. And so if I run at VSync 120, first of all, the way the LG TVs operate with VSync, you get an incredibly crisp, no ghosting, fantastic image. But it also means it works really well with the capture card and everything. That's going to give you 8 milliseconds, 7 milliseconds of input delay or something. I can't remember what it is, but once you set that up perfectly, you actually get really good quality, consistency and everything. And you could argue for a driving game, absolute perfect frame timing makes it easier to be more consistent. Whereas if you have frame timing that's all over the place, it depends on the game and how well it's programmed. But sometimes when you have frame rates that go up and down, even if it's very high, it can impact frame timing. So that it can feel like you're actually accelerating and deaccelerating, especially if you're playing on a large screen. It's very noticeable. So, you know, there's subtleties to it. Yeah, if you're above, there's an effect that occurs at about, I think it's around about 120 plus, maybe probably like 144, maybe like. There's an effect that the presence effect, that is what you get in VR. It's not really to do with frame rate, it's to do with pixel latency. But once you pass a certain threshold of frame rate, it quantitatively feels different to look at the image. And you notice this when you notice it when you go from like 60 hertz to 120 hertz. It just feels smoother, looks different. But once you pass a certain frame rate, the visual quality of the animation and stuff, your brain perceives it as if you're looking at through a window rather than you looking at a screen. Like your brain perceives reality at a certain frame rate. There's a cut-off point where your brain can't really perceive any more motion fidelity. And I think sort of 140, 200 FPS is a level where your brain just can't, it no longer seems abstract to your brain, and it looks like you're looking through a window. When you experience it, it's very obvious. When you do it in VR, it's really obvious. It's like when you play VR games where the pixel latency is very low. it really, like, you're like, well, I know I'm in VR, but it's like your brain subconsciously thinks it's real, even though you know it isn't. Your brain goes out the window. But it's really noticeable if you have something set up and so it's doing 144 FPS, but then when it drops from that sort of amazing frame rate to then slightly lower, so you then go from like it looks like real life to now it looks like a monitor. That crossover point is really noticeable, to the point where I'd say it's probably better to run locked so it stays in one state. You notice that with VR actually, with asynchronous space warp. If you always have asynchronous space warp on, which has issues and some like motion effects, it's not perfect, but if it's always on, it's better than when your VR goes from asynchronous space warp to no asynchronous space warp and flips between them. It's like really jarring. Now the human limit is 30 FPS, 1080p. That's why game consoles stick to that. Kowalski, it's not about the physics being tied to the frame rate. Even if the physics are independent from the frame rate, but if your frame rate speeds up and slows down, it will make the car seem as if you're speeding up and slowing down, like visually, even though it's obviously the timing inside of the game is the same speed, because the frames are being showed to you at a different frame rate. So it's like if you're watching a film or a TV program or anything, if you watch something at 24 FPS and if you were to increase and decrease the frame rate from low to high, things will look like they're accelerating and deaccelerating, even if it takes the same amount of time for them to get across the screen. Yeah, I think I really want like a nice super fast gaming monitor. I don't have one. I have used them though. Hang on. CS2 was nice on OLEDs, but the issue with displaying grey and dark shades. But OLEDs are good at doing grey and dark shades, so I don't know what you mean. That doesn't make sense. Like, an OLED particularly does. That's normally a problem with LCDs. That's not normally an issue with OLEDs. Like the fundamental issue with OLEDs is overall brightness, and still some issues with burning. With some forms of overdrive, you can get issues with OLEDs. With LCD and IPS, you get ghosting artifacts, and you get it doesn't have the same contrast capacity. So I don't know what you mean by dirty, like especially with Counter-Strike, which is really bright. So I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean burning? Is that what you're talking about? Like you can get grey. If you just have a single flat colour on a screen that's an OLED with burning, OLEDs from LG can't display grey or dark shades. But for Counter-Strike 2, I don't even know how that's relevant to CS2. I don't know what's going on. Horizontal lines. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, there's ghosting issues. If you've got burning and you just show a white screen or grey screen, you're going to see where ghosting has occurred. Horizontal lines from OLED. Well, hang on. But what are you playing where... Oh, it's great in CS2, but yeah, okay. So what are you playing, though, where it becomes the dominant thing? Hang on. OLED lines? Well, you certainly don't notice it in driving sims. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Do you mean colour banding? Yeah, well, no, I know, but I'm not sure what you're getting at. Link to specifically what you're talking about. The thing is, no monitor technology is perfect. You know, they all have specific things that they do. But I don't know what you're talking about. The shades that are dark instead of light are showing as artifacts. But that would be... If that was the case, no one would use any OLEDs for gaming, mobile phones. Right. So what are you referring? So this is in 2020. Someone's posted online. OLED screens have a hard time getting out of black to grey shades because it needs an electrical voltage that these screens have a hard time getting. So if you have a specific monitor that doesn't apply the voltage that's appropriate to go from grey to light, then potentially that can cause the artifact. But what I've never heard of this. I've heard of like smearing that can occur with OLED VR screens, but that's often to do with the way that they overdrive them due to other aspects of VR. Yeah, but you say they all do it, but it's like, to what extent and how is it relevant? Like, what game are you playing where you're like, right, this is now unplayable because of this one specific thing? And there's no backlight on a OLED. Oh, so you just mean for if you're doing like what? Photo editing? Surely the solution would be to overdrive the... So if you're using the monitor in an underpowered situation, then you're more prone to having these issues because the OLEDs are not getting enough power to allow them to change state. But to be honest... So the argument is one post. No, the idea that OLED monitor has to have a certain amount of power going through it to change from one state to another. But he's specifically talking about using it in desktop, not using it in gaming scenarios. Because so basically, the fact is, OLED screens still that are on the market are fundamentally designed primarily, first of all, for film content. And so film content will either be probably quite bright or probably quite dark, but will probably be having a lot of power through the monitor in either scenario, because the biggest issue with OLEDs is normally that the overall brightness isn't bright enough in a room when it's daytime. So normally when people are using OLED screens on a wall, which is the primary design remit of an OLED, they will be on maximum power settings. Whereas what Palookan's talking about specifically is if you buy an OLED monitor specifically to use as a computer monitor, and you're maybe in a dark, dingy computer dungeon, so you don't want your eyes to burn out because it's still quite bright in that scenario, you run your computer monitor or TV that's OLED at a lower power, and then in Windows or whatever you then notice that this thing. So it's not really a deal breaker for the vast majority of people using OLED screens, but it is something that's to be aware of. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that if you were in a darkened room, you wouldn't use an OLED at maximum brightness. So, for example, I don't use these OLEDs that I'm using here at maximum brightness because it's not in the sunlight. There's no sunlight down here. But then that could also be a Windows issue as well, in that Windows is not... So why would you use dark mode? Do you just mean like the user interface is black? But then surely you would just turn the brightness of the monitor up and get used to that. Put some shades on, I don't know. It's an oddly specific, hyper-specific complaint, though, on the grand scheme of things. To then be like, oh, absolute deal breaker for most people, you know. I'm not saying what your experience is invalid. It's interesting because I'd only ever heard of those sorts of issues in the context of VR headsets. I only use my OLEDs for... I've used them for Hell Let Loose, Counter-Strike, and driving sims. Yeah, but you... Presumably, though, if you're doing photo editing, like the scenario where colour, quality and all these things really matter, you would have your monitor set up. The image would be a similar analogous image to watching a film or playing a video game. So I'm not really... And then on the other side of it, VA panels are shit for contrast and have ghosting, and there's like a weird like 3D depth to them. When you use them as a computer monitor, there's like a weird three-dimensionality to them. The curving of them is a bit weird as well, because it's not actually... The screen will curve, but the actual LCD is not curved in line with the screen. There's so much shit with LCDs. The refresh time of the pixels is slower. So like on the grand scheme of things, it's like, oh, okay, I don't like this OLED low powered issue, but I will put up with all the shit that TA, VA and any LCD panel has. And then unless you're like a Counter-Strike pro, I mean, I really struggle to believe that once you pass 144 hertz, I struggle to believe that that's really, really that quantifiable. I would even argue that the vast majority of people probably would struggle to notice, like after 120 for a lot of people. And then also, you have to be able to drive your video games at the frame rate. So like it's really good having a monitor that can do 200, 300 hertz or whatever, but your frame rate that the software is running at is going to have to take advantage of it. Is generally going to have to be, 144 plus FPS. But I mean, that's one of the actual advantages of G-Sync is that when you've got really high refresh rate monitors, you can actually properly take advantage of some components of G-Sync and FreeSync. For you get the frame timing benefits at 100, 200, 300 plus FPS without having to do the thing where you clamp. So if you've got a 120 hertz monitor with G-Sync and stuff, in order to make it completely consistently smooth, you need to put V-Sync on, or you need to cap the frame rate. Yeah, Adam, it'll be noticeable side by side and for certain scenarios, but like it's just like you get to like a degree where it's yeah, it might seem different, but I mean, this is the thing is, you see discussions on gaming sites and even in sim racing and things where people talk about gaming frame rate better and stuff, and it's like, first of all, driving sims are more about repetition, and it's not that you don't need that fast reaction times for driving sims. It's not that type of activity. And I got to Global Elite as a moderately okay CS player, right? Like not very good, but okay. And I got to Global Elite on a 42-inch LG LCD screen, which certainly had motion blur, input delay, God knows what. I mean, I don't know what it was, but like, the fact is, how many players have the sort of snap reaction accuracy to get to Global Elite in Counter-Strike? It's not many, really, on the grand scheme of especially within sim racing, where everyone's old. Like, I don't think I could be Global Elite now. I'm too old. We need one killer to check out Blur. No, I know Blur Busters. Yeah, if you're going to the absolute absurd limit of stuff. No, OLEDs are like air fryers. I won't have any blasphemy against OLEDs. OLEDs for life. Oh yeah, well, so when I play Gran Turismo, so I've got a 144 hertz gaming monitor, and you can play Gran Turismo at 120 hertz or whatever, like the Gran Turismo high frame rate mode, right? It's still shit. Like the delay, there's input delay, horrendous delay. There's like, even at 120 hertz, it's like there's 60 hertz V-Sync. So I don't know what's going on. And yeah, people don't notice it on console. They think that average console players think that 60 FPS is good. No, to be fair, like a games console is pretty affordable. You know, I'm not dissing what you get out of the hardware, although I think it's shit compared to back in the day. What they were getting out of PS4, PS3, PS2. As you go further back, what developers got out of consoles was way more impressive. There's pure just like bloat in games now, and they totally just ignore performance when they could perform a lot better. But there's just so much shit in modern games, and you know, it's just crap. But yeah, it blows my mind how bad console games are for input delay and stuff, and people just like, oh, this is great. Which is fine. I'm happy they're enjoying themselves, but if you've played like on even just a basic PC gaming monitor with a game set up reasonably well with a mouse, it's like, oh my god, I think I'm gonna like it feels like everything's in slow motion. Hello, Vim. There's the other thing with monitors and that sort of stuff is that people will just get used to what they're using. Like I got used to, back in the day, we would play GoldenEye at 14 FPS. Didn't know any better. You'd all be sat around this shit little TV after having set that little tuner thing with the switch on it. And you'd all be sat around it, like trying to see you, like you're playing Mario Kart 64 on a 15-inch CRT. with it slowing down and you're just like, or Star Fox. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. 25% of the screen, 5 FPS, that's all you needed. Well, it's time for an advert to remind you guys that you don't have to do slow gaming. You can have high quality gaming.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2. No longer available.
There you go, that's all you need. Brought to you by Gamer Muscle. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon's incredible. We always say this. It's absolutely incredible how well that game runs. Thank you. Murder! 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 I've got a Voodoo 2 in my loft. That's what I'm using for this live stream. Ah! Why have you given me sec? How much is 200 sec? It's going to be delayed. How much is 200 sec? Thank you very much. 200 sec into GBP. What? How much is that? Is that 20? You stupid. Why would you send me £20? I'm going to put you on the list now. See, you definitely are an idiot. If you donate £20 to me, you clearly got something wrong with you. This is why you don't like OLEDs. Why, like, clearly you have some, like, critical thinking problem. Let me put you... You're already on the list. I might have to put you on the list again. Pelucan 2. I'm gonna... What message would you like? Oh, shit. But let's put Pelucan OLED hater. OLED suck. There you go. That's what you get. You get OLED sucks. That's what you can buy your way to the truth here. You can... Yeah, well, you know, we can't all be intellectuals. Thank you very much. I do really appreciate the... that's a lot of money, so I do really appreciate it. But your doctor's been contacted. Why does it not come up on the screen? Should do. YouTube's processing it. YouTube's going, oh, surely we won't allow an OLED hater to be displayed on the screen. I mean, I just can't. I can't go back from OLEDs. I'm going to replace all my monitors with OLEDs, and also high. So what I want is 144.
3,
there
2,
it is.
1, go.
Voodoo Beast Day.
Thank you very much, Voodoo Beast. Yeah, I really want like a 35-inch OLED. Sony just recently announced that they're gonna not do OLEDs. They're going back to those LED, micro LED. Largely, I think, because they've got more control over the fabrication and they can be brighter. And also, the thing is, for TVs, I do think, like, if you can pump the brightness up lots, then the blacks will appear darker, relatively speaking. And in a TV, in a sitting room setting, this car is a bit unhinged, guys. In a sitting room setting, that actually makes more sense. I think it depends, Palooka. Like, older OLEDs are definitely dimmer. If you've got like a window open, like no curtains, and you've got direct sunlight into your room, you definitely notice it. Like, it depends on the monitor. Like, so I use LG C1 OLEDs. They're actually all right. The one before is definitely a bit dim. I like the I like the nature of how an OLED looks. The screen. I don't mind the anti-glare thing either. I don't really mind. I think for me, you just get used to whatever monitor you're using. You just get used to it. Oh, the profit margins are higher with the micro LEDs as well. So and they use less power. The guy the Asian guy that does TV reviews just did a good video on it, and that guy's a really nice guy in real life. So it's worth. It's nice to know when you have a YouTube channel that you watch, when the people behind it are actually genuinely really nice people. Unlike this channel. But the guy, what's his name? He's really like super friendly. Yeah, he's funny in real life as well. He's just chilled out. It's nice. Some tech reviewers that have YouTube channels are super arrogant people. I'm not gonna say which ones, but some tech channels where you might think, you'd be like, oh, you know, they just go through stuff on their channel, whatever. It's just reviews. But and some game channels as well. Some of the people behind them are like really like up their arse. You can really just tell. And then but in sim racing, it's really fortunate that pretty much everyone in sim racing is really nice, apart from me. You know, it's weird. There's not actually. You would think that in sim racing you'd get more sort of really arrogant people, but they're not. Well, you've got like some gaming channels, right, where the people outright scam children on their channels. That's a whole. They don't need to. They're making plenty of money regardless, and they just outright scam children, and they know what they're doing. So, I mean, that's a pretty good indication. You don't need to meet them to be like, oh, clearly you're obviously a bit of a dick. I wish Linus would give me a prototype. Alright. Shouldn't be too bad. I think we should do a few more race events. Maybe we do some racing with subs for a bit. Do you guys want to do some racing with us? I should probably do a new thumbnail, but that always confuses everyone. Should restart the stream. This is a dumb thing with YouTube. If you are doing a stream in the morning and you stop and you restart and you do a new stream on something else, YouTube does not promote it. Whereas if you were to just do that stream straight away, like one stream a day, it promotes it more. So basically you're incentivized to only ever do one live stream on a popular thing rather than doing whatever would be like what you want to do, or changing stuff to be more so it's more clear for people to see what you're doing. Yeah, I think people that are subscribers and click the bell and stuff, like they get notified. But in terms of how YouTube promotes it across other stuff, that's where it fails. Twitch will send stuff out regardless to your followers. It's not really a problem on Twitch. YouTube is just really algorithm based. That's just how it works. But to be fair, if you do videos, like if you produce like useful videos and information, it's a lot easier to get views and noticed on YouTube than on Twitch. And like you can see, so a good example of how YouTube fails, use one of my favourite streamers, like Emil Bernstoff. He's great for iRacing streams and stuff. He gets like no views on YouTube, even though I guarantee you there's actually quite a lot of people that would really enjoy watching him on YouTube. Like Matt Malone gets good views on YouTube, so it works well. Maybe he's done more videos, I don't know, but I think Ollie does alright on YouTube as well. But like it really shows you how you have to have done videos. You can't just live stream. It doesn't matter how good you are. YouTube is a video platform. Matt Malone's not boring. Emil's not boring. Emil's got Danish girth. He's a legend. Yeah, he's got a good sense of humour. I like Emil. I like anyone with a good sense of humour. Don't care about anything else. Matt Malone? What Matt Malone advert? I have his eagle. We have Matt Malone timeout.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles taking him.
What? Looks like gamer muscles. Matt Malone's a ledge. What's weird is, obviously Matt Malone's really well known in iRacing, but in Europe he's not that well known. He's more well known, but he's getting more well known. But it's really weird. Like, it's weird that which streamers people know in which areas and how region-specific stuff can become. Because like Matt Malone is like a legend of sim racing. As far as he's an old school legend of sim racing, like Sean Cole, proper legend of sim racing, right? But like you go to when I'm at Sim Racing Expo and I'm just randomly talking about people, I'm like, oh, do you know this person, you know that person? It's surprising how you end up with these sort of bubbles where people that are quite big in the scene aren't known at all. And also, what I noticed was, oh, you've never heard of Matt Malone? Go and follow him. He's well good. he's really good. There's a huge disconnect between Twitch and YouTube. So, like, Twitch audience is... YouTube is a much wider audience than Twitch. And you find on Twitch that even within Twitch, there's, like, specific gaming groups. So, like iRacing's particularly big on Twitch. But stuff like ACC is reasonably big on Twitch. But stuff like AC is not particularly... AC1 is really not that big on Twitch. Apart from, like, even the drifting, there's a lot of people doing it, but there's hardly any views. But then on YouTube, you can get alright views, like reasonable views doing AC1. And maybe you get more viewers doing ACC on YouTube than you would on Twitch. Yeah, it's interesting how just a different platform has such different user base. And you can say that for all of them, like TikTok, Instagram. You end up with different audiences. And obviously different demographics and stuff. Niches within niche. Here we go. Absolute achievement ploughing. Beautiful. Isn't Twitch for hot tub streams? Yeah, can't you tell I'm in a hot tub? Hot tub full of tea. I'm really worried that we're actually at a point here where we do setups that make the cars faster. I've turned into a sim racing nerd. I've turned into a sim racer. Oh no! I don't want to be a sim racer. I mean, oh god. I need to do more VR games. Like, we're getting to a point where we actually know what we're talking about. That's very dangerous. Have I tried iRacing? No, I don't play iRacing. Don't know what that is. Is that like a bobsled game? Yeah. I mean, imagine being a sim racer. What a loser. It's to be an absolute mega loser to be a sim racer. Like some kind of like car nerd as well. Woo! We might have gone a bit too wonka donk on the setup. Wow, iRacing's not icy though. iRacing's like, it should be called snow racing really, because it's actually quite grippy until it isn't, which isn't what ice is like. Ice is just fundamentally never grippy. unless you've got spikes or something. I think iRacing under the limit to me seems like it's got the most grip of all the simulators, but then over the limit it's got the least. So it tricks you. Oh yeah, you certainly get good time out of AC. Turn this guy into a drift car by accident. Oh well. We might still be able to win this. Oh no, this map feels perfect. It's fine. I'm driving the electric version of the car. Okay, I might actually need to... Yeah, we need to change the setup here. What we need is lower downforce. So... Try this. Do you mean the soul shader patch stuff? Yeah, we'll probably do that in a bit. I don't have a setup, but it's fine. I just need to be fast enough to beat the AI. Oh. Accident! Accident-a-doo! Oh, it stopped after 150 achievements. Well, I'm on nearly 500 out of 700. So I mean, where's your stamina? What are you playing at? Oh, thanks AI. You know, you once you commit to something, even if it was a terrible idea, you should just keep going until you lose all will to breathe. That's the correct way to approach stuff. That's a totally healthy way to do life. There we go, low downforce for the win. Yeah, some of the races are mental. You need a good car setup. Someone was posting online that since they updated the game, it's impossible to win some of the races, but only one of the races we did was impossible. We've only had to cheese one. Basically, all we need to do is change caster settings on the car. For most of them. Hello, MSG. It will be interesting to do low fuel motorsports after doing this, but I think the most active stuff on low fuel motorsports is MX5, and they're running really crap content. So. Nice work, thank you. Have any of you guys in chat got a coffee grinder? That's good. I was thinking of buying an electric coffee grinder. I don't know if I've got a plug socket near where I'd put it though. I'm getting tired of grinding coffee with my hand grinder. And also I want a nice thing to put my coffee beans in, so I don't have to keep taking them out of the cupboard. Use an old mangle. The old Black & Decker. No, I've got a DeLonghi Dedica. It's really good, and I like it. It's nice and small. And I refuse to watch James Hoffman videos. the most pretentious channel on the internet. Although these videos aren't all bad, they're nicely filmed, the audio's good, and he's probably right about coffee, but I can't take it. This isn't a server. Well, if we do hosting, you can, yeah. We are currently we're playing through. Jesus Christ, we've been going for 5 hours. We are playing through all these single race missions. Yeah, I think what I want is something that has a big bean holder. Good for weed. Well, you wouldn't want to put weed in it. It would smell funny. I don't. Well, first of all, weed's illegal in the UK, so I'm not promoting it. But I don't like drugs, so. I mean, I'm fine for other people. Do what you want. It's none of my business. I don't like smoking. Just rub it in my face. But as we always say, I would much rather weed be legal than drink, but you know. Oh, do they? It's probably not very good. I mean, the DeLonghi Dedica that I've got is awesome. Like, it's really, really good. Like, you get, obviously, if you're an absolute coffee snob, I'm sure there's better coffee machines, but it works fine. Like, you get fantastic coffee from it. Doesn't require much cleaning. Small, has a milk frother that works awesome. I can't watch Diary of a CEO. Like, what's his... Albert Bartlett Potato. What's his name? The guy. He's such a hypocrite. Oh, they're so pretentious. What is it with pretentious people on the internet? And that giving you successful... Being pretentious is such a way to appeal to 14-year-old boys that don't realise. So they look at men that talk in a very, like, monotone way, about business or trading or whatever, and for some reason, like 12 to sort of 18, maybe 12 to 25-year-old men in particular, rather than them going, oh, those people are probably up their arse, they are like, oh, that's a man. So it's like, oh, and so as a result, that approach gets you so many views online, and you get a vapid fan base of people that like this, the 14-year-old boy guru, male guru, basically. What would you do if you had children, right? You have children, and it turns out that they like end up being massive fans of like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. I mean, they'd be your children, so you'd be like, oh well, whatever. But like, surely you'd be like, oh shit, I've failed as a parent. You'd be like, oh no. Yeah, also, always with these things, like with Albert Bartlett, whatever his name is, Diary of a CEO, he'll be like, oh, here's critical thinking, being reasonable, being successful. They always ignore systemic aspects of wealth, pretty much. And then they go on about being healthy and approaching stuff and doing all this. And then they go and promote, like, Huel or energy drinks or some dietary supplement bollocks. It's like, hang on. It's like, what? I haven't seen the latest PewDiePie video. PewDiePie always seemed like a nice guy, actually. I've not met him in real life, but just based off my general sense of PewDiePie is that he's probably a really decent guy. Maybe he isn't. It's weird. I've not bumped into him at anything. He needs to get into sim racing. I'd have thought. He probably is bored of gaming. I would have thought I'd have bumped into him at like VR stuff. If he did critical thinking, I'd be hammered. Wow, yeah, but you thought critically and you decided not to do that. Yeah, you really can't. You're right, Uhtred. It's a big mistake that people make with actors and everyone. Like, you really can't. I was just throwing it out there for conversation that he seemed. I would be very disappointed or surprised. I think I'm normally pretty good judge of those sorts of things. There's telltale signs with people that are just a bit unhinged and mental. Even people that seem like they'd be totally nice based off their content or as actors. Yeah, well, Jet Red, there's this one bold sim racing guy, and it turns out that he just goes around punching homeless people. He's really rude. He goes to conventions, right, and he just sticks his camera in front of people and barges in and films people's feet for some reason. Imagine you go to Sim Racing Expo, you're a normal German guy, and you're like in Dortmund, and you're like, oh yeah, I like the simulator, the sim racing, I really like the sim racing. And you're like, oh, Sim Racing Expo. Sim Racing Expo. So you go to Sim Racing Expo, and you're like, oh yeah, I really like the motion simulator. I will have a go on this one. So you're there, and you're like, oh, you're really enjoying it. You're finding out about sim racing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a bold British guy appears with a camera filming your feet going, oh, these are the Hussenfeld load cell pedals. Look at this guy's shoes. Can you imagine? Oh dear. But in fairness, if there was a British sim racing expo and there was like some German guy there that was like really crazy with filming your feet and stuff, I'd actually find that absolutely hilarious. So, you know, I'd be like, oh, that'd be amazing. I'd actually think that was awesome. So, Germans I bumped into at Sim Racing Expo, just people in general are like super friendly, and at Sim Formula in Holland, like people are. I was saying sim racing, even people just like going as a hobby and stuff, they're normally like really nice. Just I think nerds are generally quite nice people. We were all relentlessly bullied at school. Right, here we go. Bullying's not a joke. Well, it depends, doesn't it? It depends. I mean, if it's bullying you off the track because you can't drive and you don't deserve to be on the racetrack, I think that's a pretty funny joke. Ah, dear. You would not be close enough to bully me off the track. Nerds have never harmed anyone, no. They've never like built nuclear weapons or anything. I'm trying to get into sim racing, but I can't drive. Oh, that's fine, MSG. You'll fit right in. Don't worry. You'd be surprised. Not being able to drive is actually most sim racers. So you just get in there. Jump onto iRacing. You'll fit right in. So don't worry about being able to drive. What you want to do is just learn a hot lap line and just drive into people. That's peak sim racing. Raphael Beland, take your time. Right, here we go. Lotus Exige Cup at Brands Hatch. 27, we're 38% through. Hang on, maybe more. 43% through the single player. We're blitzing it. Maybe we're doing it in the reverse order. And the first ones we did were like the hardest. We made a bit of a mistake. Maybe Content Manager orders them incorrectly. Is that all? Uh, 70% is the entire game. Is how much because we did it. We've done all the hot laps. We've done all the drifting. We've done all the drag racing. Yeah, we're absolutely ponying it. Your football team suck. Back to completitativo. Back to completitativo. I can't believe that's turned into like a... I'm just going to say this for completing any game now. It's completitativoing everything. Oh dear, here we go. What a track, guys. Dreamy Brands Hatch. Oh, hang on, is this Lotus Elise? Lotus Exige V6 Cup. Bloody... Ow! Oh my god! AI in this game. Psychopath. Wasn't this the car that was in the preview? The alpha preview. These cars are really expensive in real life for what they are. They look. I like how Lotuses look. Are Lotus entirely out of business now? Or do they still do anything? Do you need a better wheel? No, well, you can enjoy with a G29. You can enjoy everything perfectly fine. A nicer wheel does make it more satisfying to drive, and it does make it easier because you can feel details more. But you can. I had a G25 for 5 years before I got upgraded to a newer wheel. Don't feel pressured into ever buying sim equipment. If you're happy with what you got, just keep using that. You know, Lotus, the software that was on the Atari ST, the graphic design software, was that made by the same company? Was that made by the car company, or was it completely different? You had a G920 for a year. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I had my G25 for 4 or 5 years. Then I had a T300 for 2 or 3 years. Maybe 2 years. Then I got a TSPC racer. Then I went to DD Land. Bloody hell. Okay, this car's shit. It's a shit car, guys. Who said it was a good car? Shit. Terrible car. Want a refund? Understeery bollocks. That's what this is. You've been racing a G29 for 10 years? Oh. The best thing about if you've got a G29 or 25 or whatever, and then you upgrade to a DD wheel, it's like, oh my god! Like the first time I used a DD wheel, blew my mind. No, it's just from Epidemic Sound. Oh my god. We have to get right up front straight away. What do you mean? You've used a DD wheel at your friend's house because he does not... And meh. Yeah, Palookan, you've got something wrong with you. Like, I don't know what's going on in your head. I think you're in, like, alternate universe or something. Were you dropped on the head as a baby? First it's like anti-DD talk. Then it's like anti-air fryer. Then it's anti-AC. Then it's bloody anti-OLED. Bloody hell. Then you donate. There's something really severely wrong with you. What's going on with the grass? Why is this car dragging? What's going on here? This car's dragging grass. What are they doing? Well, that's a little bit broken. What is that about? I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but there's like a line of grass. Oh dear. A bit of an issue with this car. And maybe that's fixed in the latest shader patch. Oh, there's a leaf on my screen. What is going on? Oh my goodness, this is going to be well hard. This car has late corner understeer. Understeer management, yeah. It's a new game, understeer management. It's like F1 Manager. But why would you want those active pedals? Are pointless. No, but you can feel ABS with no. So right, active pedals are only really good for if you want to have different sensitivity, like feel to the brake pedal from car to car, or if you're like a sim training center. If you want to feel ABS, you could just stick a tactile transducer on your pedal. Or you can just set your wheel to vibrate when ABS comes in. Like, you can do that in AC. Works fine. They're good if you go from a car that does heel and toe into one that doesn't, so you can move the pedal, have the pedal start point further forwards or backwards from car to car. They're good for that. The thing with the active pedals is the things that would be the most interesting, exciting things you could do with them, Simucube don't do. Do I have any visual enhancements installed? Pure and shader patch. Ah, bloody hell. P1's 2.1 seconds away. Ah, we need to be way further ahead earlier on. It's going to be so hard to do. We need to be further ahead than that. Yeah, we've done all the hot laps. trying to overtake around the outside of the grass there. Oh no. Oh, the understeer. Jesus Christ. You can't... The rear does not come out on the brakes if you go into the corner. If you've not already started turning... Oh, thank you. Ah! Great overtake. Follow Nathan. Thank you very much for being a member. Welcome to the teapot. Appreciate the support. Flow Nathan. I don't know. Yeah, you have to drive these Lotuses by stamping on the brake really hard. Hello, Tagamoto. It's tradition. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate it. Thanks for supporting my teabag habit. But the problem with another issue with something like active pedal is the telemetry from games is somewhat limited. So it's really good if you were going from like a lorry to a car, or if you're in a sim center and you want to match a real world car to feel as close as possible to the simulated car, the pedaled feel, and you want to do that quickly. Or if you just want to adjust stuff all the time. That's the biggest value of it, really. It's just that it's infinitely adjustable. Wow, it's limited by the... some of the feel will be limited by the nature of the size of the mechanics of it and the motor and things, but... they're good. I think what will happen is... Chinese company in the next 2 or so years will do... There's no reason why a company couldn't basically do the same thing for around about £1,000 per pedal, or even do 2 pedals for 1,500, or even cheaper. You could do it for £800 really. And then you'd be like, well, why would you buy super duper high end pedals that can't do all that stuff versus active pedals? Do you know what I mean? You would just get the active pedals. If you're spending that money, you would just get the active pedals. So that's where it will go in the next 5-10 years. And also Sims will take like iRacing and stuff, and whatever new Sims will take advantage of it, and you get more telemetry out of Sims. Oh, for Christ's sake! Yeah, we need to not do that. Hello, Tim Hanley. AR keeps losing there. I mean, I personally, I really like force feedback stuff, so on a purely subjective level, I really like the idea of active pedals, but, you know, on a what actually makes sense, on a what makes sense level, for what most people want to get out of stuff, they really don't make much sense. I mean, I am someone that spent $1.5 on a force feedback joystick, so the threshold for me buying force feedback devices is a bit low. Thank you. I'd quite like to use active pedals as rudder pedals in flight sims as well. Have them linked up through software. I think that'd be really good. Yeah, was it TurboCAD that was Lotus? But was that a different Lotus company? There's no, yeah, well, it's different. I mean, I've only flown a Cessna in real life briefly, so it just felt like a load cell with a lot of damper, and then it just gets stiffer the faster you go. But I'd imagine in a glider, you'd feel a lot more. It's more than just being connected in the middle, to be honest, and then also being able to set that kind of hydraulic-y, cable-y feeling that you get. Yeah, ironically though, a lot of sim fans that are going for immersion will set their equipment up in such shit ways that it actually makes the expensive equipment totally redundant. So that's the same thing with flight simmers that don't want force feedback joysticks because it's unrealistic and therefore not immersive. You're just like, okay, do what you want, but don't ruin it for everyone. Yeah, the chase is on. Base shakers are awesome. I have a video on the YouTube channel called £150 Motion Rig. They're really good for immersion. Really, really good. Best tactile transducers are the best value immersion. Well, after VR, so for driving sims specifically, a force feedback wheel that's okay. Then VR, and then I say tactile transducers, but tactile transducers are the best value for money immersion thing. Like there's nothing else. Well, maybe a G25 or something. It used to be like 150 quid, but pretty much everything else, you're talking having to spend £500+ to get like a VR headset, graphics card, you know. Nice DD wheel. Yeah, really nice. It's a fun project to do as well because you can do it in a day, so it's cheap. You can add it to your rig easily. You can do it all in a day. So it's a really, and then you end up with like awesome immersion. But I need to get it set back up on this rig. I have it on my rig now, but just not turned on because I had a problem with my power supply. He's really good though. So one of the big things you have, if you drive a real car and then go back into a sim rig, one of the big things that feels really off with a sim rig is that everything is just static, which makes it automatically feel artificial. But by putting tactile transducers on it, it helps remove that static feeling. Well, motion rigs do as well, but they're a lot more expensive. Bloody hell. I had to go for a move up the inside, but that other car didn't understeer as much as I thought it would. Because we had to get past two cars. Close. Oh, illegal. Oh, the SimHub's amazing as well, and the guy behind SimHub's also awesome. So if you buy, it's well worth getting SimHub to support the guy that does it. What he's done with SimHub is incredible. Lol. SimHub works so well. What does it do? You can use it to control tactile transducers, displays like LED displays and screens. You can use it to launch games. You can use it for loads of things. Telemetry gathering. There's a bunch of random stuff. The original thing was mostly for LCD screens, like if you wanted dashes, sim dashes and things. Oh, LED lights, the flag light boxes. This car. Now this is the old one. Old pure. This is quite a tricky challenge because of how far back you are at the start. I have sim experience software. The problem is this software is like not that stable. I have a AccuForce wheel. And the way the licensing works on it is really annoying with the license keys. I put it this way. SimHub you can leave on in the background and not notice and it all works fine. Whereas Sim Experience crashes randomly, doesn't launch smoothly. It's a pain in the arse. Pete Jarrum, no it won't. We're fine. That's what I tell myself. Flying here. Oh, we need to be closer at the start. Bloody hell. The pain. Yeah, I'll do more in VR. Yeah, that will happen. Can you imagine? Bloody hell! Bloody hell, guys! Bloody hell! Good line. Textbook. That's how you do it. Full send. If there's a gap, drive into everyone. That's how the saying goes. Still here. Where do you expect me to go? What have we done? Nothing's ever done on this channel. It all goes on forever. It's just waterboarding with simulated race cars. I'm helping the CIA design new torture techniques. I'm more tense driving this car than I am driving the like 70s Formula cars. I really don't get cars like this. Cook my brain. If I was to go on one of those SAS programs, you know, where they take people and they go, "Oh, could you be in the SAS?" They do the that escape and evade with the torturing stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, this is easier than a standard live stream. I don't see the problem." They'll be playing like Noise, Binding the Dinosaur. I'll be like, "Oh, this is more pleasant than iRacing in chat." I'm immune to this torture. Oh Christ, here we go. Cerner's quote, I think he was referring to drivers. If someone doesn't go for an opportunity, then they're not a race driver. But I think sim racers and a lot of people misinterpret that for send your car in like a lunatic at all times, which isn't really the point of the quote, I don't think. Yeah, well, I think Senna was probably trying to excuse himself from driving particularly badly on purpose to win at all costs. Maybe the quote should be, if the championship's on the line and you have an opportunity to punt another driver, then you should take that opportunity of punting the other driver, because at the end of the day, I'm going to die in a car accident in 1994 and people will then revere me as some kind of bizarro hero compared to doctors and nurses that are quantifiably much more better for society than race drivers. But keeping that in mind, it is well worth winning a championship at all costs, because people only remember the winners. They don't actually remember how someone won. I think that's what he was actually going for. I think that was the crux of the message, I think. Not quite as catchy. No. I mean, it is a real shame that he died in that accident. I mean, it's a shame that Ratzenberger died. People don't really mention that. It's really a shame that the marshals, all the marshals that are being killed in motorsport, but instead, no, everyone focus on the drivers that have all the marketing behind them. It's almost as if capital motivation is what drives people's interest in people, and not objective qualities of what those people have actually quantifiably done. But in fairness to Senna, he did do a lot of like charity and he did, so in fairness to him, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, so not to knock him. Within his context, I think he did a lot of good stuff. He probably did more than what I would do, so. But was it like? Did they actually know that he was actually nice? Like, given the amount of wealth available to him at the point in his career, maybe he was actually maybe he wasn't that nice. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was really nice. I don't know. But you can't know, can you? Really? But people, you know how it is. You see it in like a lot of like when big actors or big sports stars, if they fart and it doesn't smell too bad, loads of people are like clapping their hands and being like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" It's just really weird. It's like sycophantic behaviour. We weren't fast enough here. Try again. Yes, we have a video showing it. Yeah, like you just don't know, but like you know what happens, especially when someone dies in a horrific way, that sort of famous person, then the reality just gets distorted, doesn't it? You have to ask yourself the question, why would you hero worship outside of like I like sport and it's just silly and I don't care, it's just you're like hero worshipping for the sake of the entertainment, like when you watch an action film, you're hero worshipping the characters, you're like, I really want them to win, and you really get into it. That's one thing. But when people that genuinely value actors over doctors, you have to go, what on earth is going on in your head? To like, what you're like, oh my god, this race driver, oh my god. It's like, they're race drivers. They are not doctors. They're not that everyone has their job to do, and they will do a lot of charity work and they will do a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying that they don't do good things and that there's a lot of pressure on them, and I'm not saying that they would do better than what I would do, but you have hundreds of millions of people that every day are doing complete shit work and being underpaid and have no appreciation for it. And surely that's where you'd be like, you would remind yourself, you go, yeah, that's awesome that guy won that race and they're doing a good thing, great. But the bizarro deification of people, but mostly based off corporate marketing, is really weird. Sort of sycophantic. It's just bizarre. Cultism. We both know you exclude Alonso. Ah, dear. Right. We've got to now. This is a hard challenge. We're having to drive pretty decent here. It's weird how people are selectively emotional about certain things as well, and not aware that they're being selectively emotional. I mean, I think it is actually quite normal to be selectively emotional about whatever you happen to be thinking about. That's fine. It's just human behaviour. But being completely unaware that that's what a person is doing is really weird. So, like, as I said, a film's quite a good example. Like, you're selectively invested in the plot, and you're like, that's a sad thing that happened in the film, or that's a happy thing, or that's whatever. So that's being selectively emotional over something totally pointless. But it's an entertainment thing. But it's when people are selectively emotional and then draw that into their life as a solid part of who they actually are. It's insane. Still fighting this. That's commitment. Yesterday I got inspired by your quest and got done a few more. Zandvoort, Lambo Brands Hatch, got silver in the drift event. Oh, you should do the drift event in the KTM. That's the most fun one. I'm not selectively emotional. How dare you say that to me? Like, it is so bizarre in motorsport. It's like one of the most obvious examples of that, though, where the commentators will basically outright ignore the history of marshals dying at tracks. Maybe right. Maybe sometimes the marshals don't want to be mentioned and the families don't want it brought up and fight. So like, there'll be stuff that you don't know as a spectator as to why stuff doesn't get mentioned. You know, whatever. That's fine. But it is bizarrely selective where, you know, the repetition of the driver dying or having an accident or being injured versus repetition of as you say, like a marshal or like somebody that no one cares about because they're not in the corporate marketing. They're not rich people, so no one cares. It's like when royal family dies. Oh my god! Someone in the royal family's died! Oh, stop everything! Everybody be emotional! Everybody, you need to be upset because didn't you know it's very important that someone in the royal family's died? Pay attention, headline news, someone in the royal family's died. What about these 500 nurses that died from not having appropriate PPE during the COVID? Don't look at that. What about these overworked, underpaid junior doctors that are doing extra hours and going out of their way to deal with bullshit with patients that they shouldn't have to deal with, or running extra hours and then going out of their way to do stuff that's entirely out of the remit of what is specified in their job, but they need to do it because they are empathetic towards patients that care. No! Ignore those people! Focus on the royal family, everybody! Otherwise you're not patriotic. Oh, she's edited the photo! Focus on the edited photo! Oh, she's got cancer! Everyone focus on that! It's like... I don't even pay attention to it. I try and filter it out, and still, it's pushed into my face. I don't even care. Did the Queen die? I don't know. I don't think so. Ah, dear. But that's how it is. It's all entertainment at the end of the day. She's brown bread. Did your money change? What do you mean? I don't know actually. No. Well, it must have actually. Have they changed the money? Did they issue new money without the Queen on it? I didn't even think about that. Probably just confuse everyone. Maybe they probably do. They probably wait like at specific intervals. Well, they'd have to think how much it costs to reissue notes just because they died. So new notes. Yeah, new stuff will, but obviously the old money will be in circulation for quite a while because you have to redo all the printing machinery and come up with a new design and then pay millions of pounds for someone to do the new design and yeah. If it lasts that long, and then they'll have to do another printing press. They should just put like most of the notes have like other stuff on it. They should just put like an alien on it or something. I don't know. It doesn't cost them anything. Well, it's effort for someone to change the machines over. So there'll be the cost is probably absorbed within inflationary prices. A lizard. I think they should put a fish on it. Like the pound notes and pound coins should just have like a depressed fish. So every time that would be amazing. Every time you took money out your wallet, which I don't do because you pay using cards digitally, but like every time you looked at money, if you had like a fish I would pay with money just for the joy of being able to take a £5 note out and look at the fish. And we could call notes fishes. Yeah, just like a depressed fish. That'd be amazing. That's the currency of Game of Muscle Island. We'd have fish on our money. I should have Roland Ratzenberger on it. I think... What else could you have? A fish... I mean, a fish is hard to copy as well, because you could do scales in a really nice pattern. Am I against the monarchy? Well, I don't know what you mean, like, against them. I'm against general nepotism. I'm not entirely against having a... I think you should have a... what's it called? Like a... What's it called where you have... they're there for tourism. Like a mock monarchy. Like they're not tied into the nation directly. It would be like a managed... like you keep like the palaces and stuff, and you'd keep like the bullshit changing of the guards and all that stuff, but you would whoever's acting as the queen or whatever, or the king, would be maybe some like ceremonial thing that's like it's a ceremonial king and queen, not necessarily because they are part of a bloodline, which is insane. It would just be like, oh, that person's being selected as a ceremonial, which is basically kind of what it is now, but they do a lot of diplomatic stuff. Yeah, like a constitutional monarchy. I don't know, like it would be a... But then it would all be it'd all be owned by the state effectively. Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense to have stuff done by bloodline, doesn't it? That's a really forward democratic notion. How mental is that? Like, the lie is that Britain is a democracy, but it's not at all. It's like a nepotistic, fake democracy where you have to go to Eton to be connected with the other private school kids, to then get into Parliament, which is all a whole system that's all tied together. The Lords and everything else is all like tied together, and then you get to be in a position to maintain the status quo of the establishment, to protecting the wealth interests of the people that mostly just inherited wealth through like property over time. That's the real true country, which is fine, but like, let's just call it that. Like, pretend it's democratic. And then you have the Queen. Like, if it's a proper democracy, how on earth do you have a purely nepotistic system for someone that's like ceremonially head of state? Yeah. Well, you look at how the Democrat and the Republican parties, not the Republicans right now in general, but the Republicans represent Trump represents specific very wealthy people, and the Democrats represent specific very wealthy people that are largely going to be property owners or tied into banking and those economic institutions. They're not going to be... The powerful elite are not representative of the majority of the population of the countries, are they? Which is what the more true a democracy is, the more the people in government who are setting the laws and defining the rules, the more they will be not from a single selection of society. There will be a distributed selection of society, because that's just what would naturally occur in an actual democratic system that wasn't corrupted by corporate lobbying. But, you know, it's really funny when the West goes on about passion for democracy and being so democratic, when really it's not. Like, if you were to like really chart the levels of democracy, here's like proper full-on democracy where people can actually truly vote. You know, people have a fair influence for political voting, and like alternative votes or actual the most democratic voting systems, it would be at the top. And then here is like full-on dictatorship. Like the West is kind of like here. It's like maybe just above the midpoint. But then acts for the sake of like being able to say, "Oh, we're better than these other places," or we're democracy. They pretend that there's like ultimate democracy. Yeah, it's how you define. There's ways of defining it, Adam. I can't remember what it's called, but you know, you'll have like failed democracies. You have corporatocracy. Hang on, it's like democratic. Which I mean, I'm not necessarily against the fact that it's not democratic. Again, it's just like call it what it is, so everyone knows what you're operating within. Democracy. Oh, here we go. Full democracy. Flawed democracy, hybrid regime, authoritarian regime, and then that's one of the ways of breaking it down. And you could basically say that UK, well, America is a flawed democracy. UK is like slightly better than America. Stuff like Iceland, Norway, Scandinavia is more democratic. I mean, I'm not saying they're perfect, but you know what I mean. But funnily enough, if you look at what countries are generally the more democratic country, they tend to have better quality of life for the average person living there. That's strange, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Like if you look at the Economist Democracy Index on Wikipedia, right? Even if this was BS. Isn't it weird? Isn't it a bit strange that the more democratic a country is classed by this standard, most people, whatever, it doesn't matter where you're from, but most people would agree those countries are probably nicer places for most people to live in. That's strange, isn't it? Like Greenland, Iceland, Norway, all the Scandinavian countries, Holland, Canada. Why is Holland? Is that Holland or is that Belgium? That's not Belgium. That's Holland at the north. It's extremely racist. Oh. The poorest country in Europe is UK. Is it though? Like, it might be on aggregate, but City of London is quite wealthy because they steal everyone's money. Hang on. Poorest country in Europe. Here we go. Poorest countries in Europe. No, it's not UK. It'll be like... I mean, it depends how you break it up. Because the problem is, as I say, you have like City of London, which is incredibly wealthy, but it's not. That doesn't represent the wealth of the average person in the UK. Yeah, Romania. But in the recent years, Croatia, Romania, Latvia, those countries have like massively improved in like quality of life and stuff, from what I've seen. That's always a counter argument for Norway and stuff, is that people say, oh, they just have lots of oil money, but UK has a lot of oil money. But guess what? Margaret Thatcher bloody stole it, but like sold it all off cheap. So you could have made that argument for the UK, to be honest. But guess what? The UK is not democratic. So when the government took the resources that arguably belong to everybody in the country and then sold them. Guess who got the money? Not the average person in the country. But we'll just put that to one side. Margaret Thatcher, what a great job she did. Do you launch these career races from Content Manager? Yeah. Is it possible to point to different saved control presets? You might be able to, I'm not sure. Well, to be fair, the Scots should throw a hissy fit because London does not represent the interests of the average Scottish person. Do you know, really it's not much of a surprise. You have a H pattern and sequential preset. I don't know. Yeah, you might be able to. I'm not sure how it works. You might have to just do the settings in Content Manager and then select it. Like you might, I don't know. Beware Scotland, look what happened with the coal. When the English are done with you, they leave you with nothing. No, they leave you with austerity. Come on. They leave you with poverty. That's not nothing. That they leave you with more crime. Don't be so ungrateful. God. Leaving you with so much poverty and crime, and all you can do is complain about it. They leave you with housing shortage as well. All these people that can't afford to rent and can't afford to buy, and they're just complaining when they've been left with, you know, a lack of housing. People just, they need to pick them up. They need to read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and they need to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and stop complaining. Yeah, I mean, what, like, they take all your unions away, so you no longer have bargaining power as a group, and so you're an individual on your own with no ability to demand better working conditions and pay. You should be grateful. You need to pick yourself up by your own bootstraps. You know, or you need to move away from your family, your local culture, and move to London where things are obviously better and affordable. So, and get a job where there's work. You know, I don't know what's wrong with people. They're just pathetic. You have all these northerners complaining. Oh, we haven't got any money. Oh, can't find a job. Oh, there's people breaking into my house and stealing everything all the time. Oh, we got no police. And you know, do you know what I mean? I'm just sick of it. They need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and go and get a proper job. Is London nicer than New York City? Well, I've never been to New York, but I'd imagine London is a lot safer. Unless if you're in the centre of London, there's pickpocketing. There's a lot of drunks, but you're not likely. Like it depends. Like if you're wearing fancy watches, someone might mug you. But if you're like if you're a normal person with a group of friends, or if you're bold and tall like me, people leave you alone. I don't know why. Generally speaking, central London, where the tourist areas are, is pickpocketing, but it's. Yeah, it's just not likely to happen. Yeah, I think it's certain areas, isn't it, where you could go. Most of London's pretty. Most of central London is pretty safe, I'd say. I think there's certain housing estates where even the worst areas in London are not as bad as, like, you're not going to get randomly shot by someone. You know, generally speaking, but someone might mug you, I guess, but they probably won't kill you. Like, yeah. There's so many security cameras, and Central London actually has quite a lot of police. So most of the crime from this is, I might be wrong on this, but my understanding, most of the crime in Central London is like gangs on gangs, and like in certain areas where there's just like outbursts of violence or drunken fights and stuff. If you're like a tourist, if you're a tourist, I think it's really, really unlikely. And to be honest, in London, people generally go out of their way to help tourists, even though everyone in London hates tourists because they're the worst people ever and they block the roads and the pavement and stop you from getting around anywhere. But generally speaking, people will be nice to tourists. As I think it is the case in other countries, to be honest. Like, if you're a tourist, well, it's what I found. If I'm in other countries and I'm blatantly like an idiot Brit, people go out of their way to be nice to you. Unless you're in Paris, and Parisians will just spit on you. Because Parisians hate everybody, even themselves. So, you know, but that's just Paris. You live in Birmingham? Oh, Alabama. Okay. That's alright. That's not the bad Birmingham. It's perfectly safe. Yeah, well, for example, when I went to Seattle a few years ago, like, I don't know if it was like the day before or the day after I left, someone was shot by accident in one of the train stations, just out of the blue. Like, it wasn't a fight or anything. I think it was just someone got shot. Like that. If that happens in London, to like if a random tourist gets shot in London, it'd be like a pretty big thing, I think. Whereas in Seattle, they were like, oh well. Oh well, it happens. Yeah, that was that shopping centre thing. That's like really rare, isn't it? Right, we're going for another attempt in a minute here, guys. Canada's safe. It's because it's cold. There's a correlation between warm climates and people being more violent. In Canada, it's so cold most of the year. People can't stab each other because they're like, oh, I'm trying to stab someone. It's too cold. Normally in the UK, the problem is that your knife gets rusty before you can use it. You're like, oh, I'm going to stab someone with my... it's rusty. No more stabbing. And then so you have to keep your knife like kept in plastic, and then so you've got a plastic bag over your knife, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go stab someone. And by the time you took the plastic bag off it, they've gone. Useless. Right, here we go. Here we go. You could coat it in lard. Lard knife. Oh, we got stitching on our wheel. Don't you just noticed? Okay, I'm driving off the track at the start. That's not good. In fact, my wheels are basically off the road there. What was that about? Full send. Every time someone says OJ, I think of orange juice. It's very confusing. Well, this car's more effort than a 70s Formula car because it's weird. They always do that. I should have seen that coming. Hello, Nailsaw. Nailsaw. Why has he moved to the? Why did he move to the left? But oh dear. You can do it. You can do it. Well, didn't OJ have like multiple personality disorder, and then also a I don't know. Are they doing an autopsy on him? He probably also had that. You know that thing where people have you know when people have a lot of concussions over and over again from football and stuff, and then it means that they have really poor anger management. Not that it's... I'm not justifying people murdering people. Yeah. But isn't that quite likely? So they're doing an autopsy on him. It'd be interesting to know. No, I mean, the autopsy wouldn't be to find out cause of death. It'd be because him or his family would go, "Oh yeah, that'd be interesting for study," especially as a past footballer. Weirdly, when I play iRacing, I'm prone to violence. Is that the same? When people are driven into you enough in iRacing, it causes permanent damage. It makes me prone to driving into other cars. Probably the same thing. I knew he was going to do that! I knew it! Why did I not react? I know that they rejoin the track sideways. Bloody hell. And then my wife's in Germany. She doesn't know she's my wife yet. She's just chilling out. She doesn't know that she's about to. She doesn't know she's going to have her life ruined by a sim racer. She's just having a nice time right now, and there's a poor German woman out there that's like completely unaware that they are going to have their life entirely ruined by a British sim racer. They're actually in a position of happiness right now. Can you just picture it? They're just right at this moment. They're like doing whatever. You know, they're probably in a beer garden, having a nice time, enjoying the April sunshine in Hamburg. They don't know. They have no idea that their life is about to be ruined. Just picture them. They don't know. They're blissfully unaware. You've got to feel sorry for them, really. Ah, they're too far ahead. Right. Oh, you shit. Every time. Oh, my God. It's annoying is I know we've got pace, but we just have to be... We have to be up front to get this done. Legs will be replaced by DD wheels. That's not a horror movie. That's an amazing... medical advancement. Just think how fast you could rotate if you had servo motor legs. Yes! I knew they were going to do that, and we stayed on the left. That's how you outsmart the AI. And we're on the tail of the top three in the first... Here we go. This is it, guys. Are you ready? Can we have some hype in chat for the moment that we've been waiting 2 hours for? Oh, dear God. Lotuses are a trap in this. Crossbows and lotuses.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Exactly, it's always first go with me. Everything I do is first try. They call me First Try. It's my nickname.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Come on! Gertrude. No, Helga. Oh, god damn it. I need to be faster. Ah. Oh dear. I can't see the corner when I'm sneezing. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Not good enough, guys. Bloody hell, we've done this so many times. We're too far back. Oh, you bloody pit manoeuvring me again. Is a steering wheel technically a unicycle? You like go through this single player and you're fine, and then all of a sudden you get one where it's like 50 times more difficult than the others, and then you spend the next 4 hours trying to beat it. I don't think I can catch up with them at this. They're too far ahead. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're too far ahead. I don't know, just caster and basic stuff. So we have to be in the top 4 by that corner, basically. Yeah, see, I think they're too far ahead here. I need to increase the tire pressure. Oh, that's... Guys. The AI's on Alien, yeah. Get ready for the AI to pit maneuver us. This car is super sensitive to tire pressures. It's really weird. I'm having a cup of tea after this if we do this. Celebrate with a cup of tea. Come on! Yorkshire, well it's not Yorkshire guy, just normal Yorkshire tea. I've been drinking coffee all day. I haven't had a cup of tea today at all. Just coffee all day. Feel like I'm being slapped around the forehead with a fish. I feel tea relaxes me. Coffee makes me feel agitated. Go. Here we go. Finally. First time, guys. First time. Yep. What? Why are you in this channel? Who let you join the chat room? Get some tea in you shit. How are you not? Why? What's wrong with you? If I don't have tea for like a week, I start shaking. Start feeling anxious. No, I tried mixing tea and coffee to see what it tastes like. It's disgusting. Doesn't work. They're not complementary flavours. Bloody cup of tea for several years. What on earth? Honestly. Just drink water. What? But what if you want a cup of tea? How on earth? Like, the longest I've ever gone without a cup of tea was maybe like a week when camping or something. Didn't have any tea bags. Even when I'm in places without tea, I get tea somehow. The most annoying thing is when you're in German hotels and they have a pretty good coffee available, and then all they have is fruit tea, and they don't have any milk. And it's like, surely they must know that British people stay in the hotels, so why would they not? Why, like, they're offering coffee, which isn't German. Like, why offer coffee but not tea with milk? Like, what? Do you know what I mean? They even give like, they even have coffee crema stuff as well. Why not? If you're going to do powdered crema, do powdered milk. Like, you know, joke, absolute insult. And then to put fruit tea bags as if that's acceptable. as if a fruit tea bag is a tea. It's like, hang on. That's not tea. That's like dried fruit. Well, cow juice and soggy plant goes together. Great. Like, I wouldn't be. I would rather they not have a. If they didn't have a coffee machine, or like, you know, if they didn't have anything, I'd be like, oh, fair play. It's the fact that they rub it in your face with like, normally like a coffee pod machine, with a mixture of coffees like Starbucks, Costa, whatever, or something, or I don't know, whatever. Mixture of like fake sugars, whatever sugars. And then a fruit tea. If they'd had nothing, it'd be fine. But no, they rub it in your face with a load of crap. Oh, they'll even have decaf coffee as well. They'll be like, oh yeah. One of the worst things about Germany, that. Yeah, no, I normally do take. The problem is the milk. So what I do is I normally pack Twinings single wrap tea bags in my backpack whenever I travel. But then I need to find milk where I am, because the milk sachets, if they break, if I'm traveling by plane, so normally Burger King has milk that they just have on the counter that you can just take. So what I do is I get a this is what I do for my tea addiction. I get a tissue, like a, you know, like a serviette. I get 2 of them. I normally look for, you know, the Oh, we've done it. Beautiful. You know the thing that you... So to go through an airport, you have to put all your stuff in a plastic bag. The fluids in a plastic bag. So I take an extra one of those plastic bags from the security. I'd get a tissue. And then I take a handful of the milks from Burger King. And then I put them in that. And then I've got my tea bags. That's how I get around the German hotel. Huzzah! That's the tip. Burger King milk, security plastic bag, two napkins, so if any of them break, it just absorbs it, and then the plastic bag keeps it together. I thought of it all. It's genius. Who put the game on easy mode? That was beautiful. Right. Can't you go to Burger? No, the point is that when you get on a plane, you're normally knackered from flying, even if it's a short flight, because airports, for some reason, there's something about airports that's really tiring, even when it's not an issue at all to fly. I don't know what it is. It's just too many people, I think. Yeah, I think it's just when you're... For me, if I'm around lots of people, it's just really tiring, even if I'm not talking to them or doing anything. It's just too many people. So... By the time I get to a hotel, wherever I'm going, I want to just like have a cup of tea, right? And so I don't want to go milk shopping. And then Burger Kings are like, who knows where they're going to be placed? Who knows where the local Burger King is? Borden Clo, I don't know if it's also normally in the UK. Do you have sugar? No. Sugar in your cream? Well, no, I don't. Like, some British people are stupid and they put sugar in the tea. Builders all put sugar in the tea, but you really shouldn't. Like, you don't need to. Like, it's a degenerate thing to do. No, I don't reuse tea bag. What? How would you reuse a tea bag? Like, I mean, you could leave it in the pot, but in what way are you going to reuse a tea bag? I mean, that's really desperate. I guess if you were like hiking, but then the problem is tea bags are perfect for like bacterial growth, so you really don't want to do that. Three sugars in your... what? Why would you do that? That's death penalty on the Game of Muscle Island. Oh, here we go. Nice modern Fiat 500 at Brands Hatch. This will go well. If you put... There's no excuse. You should not put bloody... sugar in your tea. Come on. I like how the engine doesn't fit in the boot. Great job there. That's it. That's Italian design. It just doesn't fit. Was that for cooling purposes? It's like the NSU cars. Is that just the dead body? Is it for cooling, or is it because the engine physically doesn't fit? So Italian. At the end of the day, someone's going to drive into the back of you when parking and will close the boots. It doesn't really matter. This is a 595. It's a really nice looking car, to be fair. It's actually an awesome looking car. How much do these cost? Let's have a look. Fiat 595. Is it 1970s, isn't it? Back in the day, it would have cost 500 to 2,000. Oh, well, it reckons you could get one from 5 to 15,000 on ChatGTP, but I bet it isn't. I wonder if you could get a kit version. Let's have a look on Auto Trader. What's a good classic car website to buy classic cars? Car and classic. Oh, here we go. Oh no, £5,000. €5,500. Oh, it looks well good. Look at this. This looks so good. Oh, it looks well good. Look at that. Top notch. Looks like it's been refurbed. Oh, it's using upgraded 650cc Fiat engine, bodywork restoration, repainting carried out 5 years ago, custom interior. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. This I would drive around the Nordschleife. This would go up the hill. It'd probably catch on fire, but this is what I'm talking about. Oh, it's only 5,500. Where is it? Is it left-hand drive? Yeah, it's left-hand drive. Could be a problem. Insurance won't be good. Although, oh, it's in Italy. Imagine driving this from Italy back to the UK. Wonder what the import would be. Probably not that much if it's €5,000. Oh, look at it though. Look at the interior. The width. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Ah. Ah, the engine in the back. Oh, it's perfect, guys. This is a proper car. It could do with like some reupholstering, and you could make this like mint condition. Would be amazing. I bet it doesn't work very well. Look at the speedos and everything. Proper sunroof that fully opens. Wow, it doesn't matter. If you crash this, you're dead. Oh, look at the bottom of the car. Looks like a World War II tank. Yeah, the rust on it. They've coated it in, what's that stuff that you coat cars in, stop them rusting? How does that work? How much does it cost to import a €5,000 car from Italy to UK? Right, purchase price 5,500. Import duty 10%, so 550 import. VAT would be another 20%, so 1,500. You're driving it, so forget that. That'd be fun driving it back. This would be a fun YouTube channel. You buy like vintage cars in rando European countries and then you drive them back to the UK and then you sell them in the UK. That'd be awesome as a channel. Just like trying, it'd be terrible. It'd be such a chore. But it's a vintage car, so you don't necessarily have to pay tax on selling it in the same way. Unless they've changed the rules on that. Like, you might not have to pay capital gains tax on it. It's weird. Vintage cars are weird how they operate. Yeah, the boot. It's got the engine in the boot. Oh, look at that car though. It's perfect. 1975. It can't be safe at all. Like, if you fart in this car, it's going to fall apart. Will I ever get a car? One day, yeah, probably. I don't want one. If I did, I'd like a small car. Something like this would be perfect. I mean, there's no neck support. There's no seat belts in the rear either. I don't think there's any seat belts in it. If you crash, you're dead. Do you have to have seat belts in a vintage car? I'm pretty sure you do. How does that work? I thought all cars need seat belts. Oh no. Vintage cars manufactured before 1965 are not legally required to be fitted with seatbelts in the UK. 1965 to 83. Vintage cars manufactured between 1965 and 83 may not have been originally fitted with seatbelts as standard equipment. However, if seatbelts were later retrofitted, the law requires that they meet certain safety standards. I mean, you really don't want to crash in a car without seatbelts. Yeah, I know. I don't even fit in like a Mini. I've been in a vintage Mini. My head pushes up against the ceiling. Yeah, no Android Play. That's the deal breaker. Not the fact that if you crash at 5 miles an hour, you're dead. It's the Android Play. Yeah, Doug, those people are called morons. It's like some people think base jumping without a parachute's fun. Some people think the earth's flat. Right. Oh yeah, we're doing this and then we're getting tea. Ah, dear. I hope this is easy. If this is not easy, we're screwed again. It wouldn't be the first time that we're screwed. Free base jumping. Extreme free base, yeah. It's a very dangerous sport. The first Olympic free base jumping event didn't go very well. Oh my goodness, look at this. Wow, this sounds like power. I mean, imagine trying to drive this from Italy to the UK. It's going to take a long time. It's slowing down going up the hill. I don't care what anyone says though, this is peak motorsport. This is what all road cars should be like. Small, agile, sexy. This is what is referred to in car culture as a babe magnet. Sounds like a doodlebug. Do you think in like the 1940s or like 1960s in the UK, that people would drive these in the UK and all the elderly people would be like, oh no! Hang on, 4th gear is slower than 3rd gear. This car's still faster than British rail transport. You could cook Sunday lunch whilst racing this. It's perfect. How fast are we going? 80. Well, look, no, you can get up to the national speed limit in this, so what's the problem? Whoops. Do you know what I mean? It takes a while to get up to the speed limit, but that allows you to enjoy the acceleration more, so really can't complain. Imagine if you made these electric and this is what everyone drove, the world would be a better place. We should get one of these and convert it into electric. Air fryer has more power. Yeah, 4th gear is useless. I mean, so's 3rd. The DRS is in the boot. I think this is a great car. Look at the speed at which the lights turn on and off. We've got to do an overtake here. Yeah, if it looks good, exactly. That's a great way to do cars. Unless it's like modern. If it's... How about this? How about congestion charges based off how much wealth a person has? That's a novel concept. And the amount you pay is based off how wealthy you are, to further incentivise people that have the means to buy more efficient cars. What a concept that is. Do you think we can flip it? No. This isn't Project Cars 2. Right, we did that. We're an alien in that car. That's beautiful. Best car in AC. Don't think anyone can disagree. Oh jeez, what is this? 4 laps. Well, thanks everyone for clicking the like button and watching us this stream and being members and donating and everything. Really appreciate it. It's been amazing. The progress has been incredible today. What can I say? All the progress. What's that? Oh, some bits. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been emotional. Totes emotion. Let's see how this operates. Oh dear. Oh, we got another hologram display. God, what's that? Is that a Shelby Cobra? We might do some racing with subs. After this I need a little break, I think. My brain's cooked. Man, we did the hot lap on this track. It was mental. Oh shit.
Okay, let's go.
I quite like this track. The AI are crashing themselves. What are they doing? There's nothing wrong with this AI. This is a really good track though. Fiat 500 too fast for Game of Muscle subscribers. Let's be honest. It's an easy race. Depends how much we can catch up with P1. I'm not sure. What's the gap? 4 seconds in 2 laps. Whoops. There's no way. We need to be further up sooner. Yeah. No way. No way. Shelby Cobra looks awesome. Epic lines. Get in there. We've got a few scratches on the car, but that's fine. It's just how it is. Oh, this is going to be a joke, isn't it? P1's going to have ridiculous. I know, slow through here. We might be alright. Whoop! That's the line. No, I think we can catch him. We'll just keep bouncing off the walls, it's fine. Oh, 2.5 seconds. Oh, he's faster on the straights. Oh, fortunately, he's proper slow on the tight corners. The chase is on. Here we go. Off-road overtake. Oh, it's getting physical. Oh! Hello. Kunos murder bots. Rude. We have TC on 4. Final lap, here we go. Come on. Oh, get. Block, here we go. Ah! No! This is a battle! God damn it. Come on! Ow! Ah, he crashed trying to wreck me! Take that, AI. My ears. Don't need ears. Don't worry about that.
I'm hot, and you're not.
There's another AI behind us. Be show. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Get in there. Nice. Progress report. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful achievements. Thank you. Thank you. That was good. Nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Very clean. Right, let's have a sit rep on all the progress. 76%. 76%. Unbelievable. And in the hot laps, in the races, for almost halfway through. Can't do it again now. Almost halfway through the races here. 34 out of 71. Oh my goodness. Should I have a look at the Steam achievements? No, I didn't punt the AI off. The AI punted me off, if anything. That the AI was attacking me. Right. We have done 518, 73% of achievements. You have to a review video for Ace feedback after you're done. Oh dear. Fire. I mean, what else is left to do? Like the time attacks should be just easy. To be honest, they're easy. Time attacks are a walk in the park. We've done all these. Done all these. Yeah. It's just a case of finishing all the races. What other achievements are there outside of that? I don't think there are. There's 48 things to do. 48. 48, guys. Are we happy for 30 seconds? No, it'll be a sense of relief. You know, like when pain stops, like when you've cut yourself and the pain stops. It'll be that kind of a thing. Only 48 things left to do. Oh, amazing. Seven 12-hour. No, because some of the things we do quickly. Only like, and also we've got better. So on aggregate, we're much faster. There's some hot lap Steam achievements that are not in-game ones. Oh no. What are they? I will do them easy. We've done the hardest hot lap ones, so we'll do them easy. When you're at my level, you can do them easy. Oh no, there's some drift achievements that are not in the drift thing. Oh yeah, no, we did one of them. One of them is get like 50,000 drift or something, but we can do that. We could just drive around in circles for half an hour. That's fine. Yeah, we've done level 50 drift. We can do that. Those are easy. We just take a BMW out. Those are fine. What's the M3 GT2 at Timberler? What's that? No. Oh, we got 100, 200. No, one. Yeah, about 200. Well, 190 achievements to go. It's fine. Ah dear. Right, I'm having a break. I'm wrecked. We got stuck on some levels there. I might be back later, maybe tomorrow. When will it be released? I don't know. They'll probably do an early access and then do a release for Christmas, I'd imagine. Right. Thanks for watching, guys, and taking part. It's the taking part that counts. Let's see who's on Twitch here. Oh, I know who's on. He's a proper sexy guy. He's a proper sexy guy on. So we're going to send you to the sexy guy. Here you go. Right. I'll catch you guys soon. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Thanks for the donations and everything as well. Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon, guys. Bye.